Okay, we are ready to get started. Today is Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. This is the City Council work session. I'm calling this meeting to order and giving notice that the members of the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for, stuff's popping up, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get him. I see that he is online. Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember House?
Here.
Councilmember Matthews?
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy? Councilmember Sweet?
Here. Thank you. Councilmember House, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my honor. Please stand if you're able.
Councilmember Sweet?
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
And Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Moving down to item number 4, public participation enables the public to address the council about an item that is not on the prepared agenda. Comments relating to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time that the item is discussed. Public participation appears on the agenda twice, now and at the end, and your name will be called when it's your turn to speak if you've turned in a card, which is located at the back of the room. And you have 3 minutes to address council. We are not allowed to respond to you during public participation, and there is a timer up here right in front of me. So first up, we have Jana Weldon.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I'm pleased to be here today to tell you about an upcoming project. This is on Aspen Avenue at CenturyLink. It is between the Pay and Take and the CenturyLink building and across the street from the Orpheum. This project is a streetscape beautification project. So soon that absolutely lovely fence that you now see in the existing conditions is going to disappear. And we are going to, through a business license agreement, get to take 1 parking spot. And this is what we are going to do with it. So here's our concept. In addition to working with the owners of Pay and Take, CenturyLink, the Orpheum, and the extended right-of-way group, which includes the Downtown Business Association, we have gotten the recommendation from the Beautification and Public Art Commission, as well as a certificate of appropriateness from the Heritage Commission. So basically, we are replacing, again, it's step back, if you'll see in the upper right-hand corner, and we're going to make some bike racks, and we're going to do a cut metal, Corten steel, that's that weathering steel fence. There'll still be a vehicular gate for the parking lot. The cutout is meant to obscure the parking lot, but also have enough transparency that you can see people behind it, which is also why you see the 2 bottom rails at the bottom so that you can see feet, and that is for safety concerns. And so I know there's a lot of features. You know, we have some aqua blue that comes into the coloration on the fence posts. We also have a pedestrian gate at item number 1. Those bottom 2 rails are going to be Jatoba wood, and that'll help lighten the whole feel of the fence. And then, when's this going to happen? Well, we're in final pricing and design details. You know, we might have to lower the fence a little bit if we need to save a little bit of money, but it'll essentially look the same. And construction is tentatively scheduled for May, give or take a month. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. Was this clock not on? Malene Combs?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And first of all, thank you to our Mayor and Council members Matthews and House for being there on January 25th, or 24th, to talk to me about the unhoused people of Flagstaff. My name is Malene. I am the founder of Homeless Voices of Flagstaff. I brought a really powerful Hopi lady with me today. She will be speaking next, and you're all in for a treat. I am a little concerned with the slowness of our progress here. There's a lot of work to do. Homeless Voices of Flagstaff lifts from the absolute bottom. The people I bring with me, we talk with, are people that are currently unhoused like me. During our recent meeting, the topic of police training was brought up. To remind us all, police need training in Native culture as it intersects with being unhoused, mental illness and the intersection of being unhoused. I will also remind you that Flagstaff Police Department Lieutenant Castaneda told me to my face, it is my choice to be mentally ill. I will not let anybody forget it. It will be recurring. It perfectly mirrors how Flagstaff PD treats us and clearly showed the unaddressed bias of Flagstaff PD. It was said, now it needs to be addressed. I have had conversations with Flagstaff PD more than once where content in law enforcement responses were ignorant to the point of slapstick idiocy. Sorry, but except when the context of that idiocy becomes harmful to people like me, it's no longer funny. And hilarious skits would make it look exaggerated, which unfortunately it isn't. There is only the fact that Flagstaff PD is not only untrained, they are wrongly trained, and it is your responsibility to address this. Homeless Voices of Flagstaff should be included in the planning for this training. In addition, I'm sure, or hope, that the City Council has a well-considered and researched plan on how to best assist the unhoused people in Flagstaff. Homeless Voices of Flagstaff would like to see that plan and be given a chance to offer feedback. I know the City Council sponsored a very well-designed report called the RARE Assessment. It had a plethora of solid suggestions for improvement. Homeless Voices of Flagstaff need to know which suggestions from the RARE Assessment that are being implemented and when. Next up, my colleague DeAndre, you're in for a treat. Thank you.
Thank you, Malene. DeAndre Onse?
Good afternoon. Ne Yoshtimayan Hopi Mansiwa, ne DeAndre Onse Yan Pahan Mansiwa, ne Pamis Wangwa, ne Sangopangangke. Okay. So my name is DeAndre Onse. I'm Hopi. I'm from the village of Sangopavi. and I'm Fog Clan. So, Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for letting me speak. I am part of Homeless Voices of Flagstaff, and this is like my first week on the job. Anyways, rumor has it that City Council has just assigned $700,000 to assist the unhoused people of Flagstaff. It sure would have been nice if Homeless Voices of Flagstaff had been consulted. This is not a popularity contest, and this money should not go to favorites. This money should go to make a difference for the unhoused community and specific projects. Homeless Voices of Flagstaff have made several suggestions and demands for the needs of our community, such as warming stations and camp locations. Homeless Voices of Flagstaff are only interested in how this money will better our situation and have no interest in who gets the money. There needs to be a solid plan in place to help the unhoused people so that no more people will have to perish during the cold winter storms. We need the resources available to meet the demands of unhoused people and keep them safe from harsh environments or situations. Shelter services must speak with the unhoused population to find out how to best allocate their resources. Asquile, thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Givens?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City staff, citizens. I'm here in support of small businesses. I've been talking to a lot of small business owners around town, and with the increased minimum wage, they say they're really struggling to keep their doors open because they want to pay their employees, but it's just a lot of costs. And being a worker, I benefit from the minimum wage increase, but I just think we should do more to support small business owners because they're gonna have to raise their prices, and they're already done that. But I think the mayor maybe should go to 2 small businesses a week and post it on your social media, and the city council could go to like 2 to 3 small businesses a week and just really promote small businesses around Flagstaff, because I think the large corporations like Walmart, Amazon, they don't really need our help. I think they're doing okay. So if we could just really help out the small business owners in this town, I think it will really help out the character and just, I don't know, it's more of the community that's being helped out versus some people that don't even live here. So I'm here for small business owners. And also, I've been reading the carbon neutrality plan, and I'm definitely aware that we have more carbon in the air, but I'm just wondering how it's gonna affect people that are small business owners, because I worked at Satchmo's and Pizzacletta, and I noticed they use wood and gas. And are we just gonna tell them to go vegan? Are we just gonna get rid of all their industry? Or are we just gonna say better luck next time, get a different job? I don't really know what we should do about that, but that's gonna be a factor. And I do believe that the world's getting hotter, but also, you know, we do need jobs, and it's really important for this community. And I think the police do need training. I think they should all learn jujitsu, because the statistics show that if cops are better trained in martial arts, they're less likely to, I think they can control the situation better. So that would be cool if they could just, you know, have mandatory jujitsu training. And it's really fun, it's really good for everyone. I think everyone should have jujitsu training, actually, because the best defense is self-defense. And also, we should all get Run Flag shirts, because, yeah, Run Flag. Good job, everyone. Take care.
Thank you. Jill Stevenson?
Good afternoon, everybody. I think they've all said all the titles, so I really appreciate the fact that us average citizens have the opportunity to come and speak with you, our representatives, because you're the people with the power. And hopefully you hear our messages. We've had some really good ones this afternoon. My message is probably always the same. We're in the midst of a human-caused climate crisis, and it's mainly due to our overuse of fossil fuels. We know we need to divest from fossil fuels. you folks have the opportunity in a lot of your decision-making to keep this issue in mind when you are making a decision. You know, are the people you're buying things from loaning money to fossil fuel companies? Things like that, just very simple things. If you could keep the climate issue in the back of your mind at all times, that would help a lot. I also think that you have a wonderful resource in the sustainability department, and I hope you will draw on that resource as frequently as you can, because they understand the problem completely, and they are very passionate about solving it. So thank you very much for listening again.
Thank you. My apologies if I do not pronounce this correctly. Sarai? Welcome.
City Council, I like to thank you for giving
Excuse me, could you lower the microphone? Thank you.
giving me the opportunities to speak. I've never been in this chamber, but I do know some, representative on the reservation who have appeared, before you, and one of them is Louise Yellowman. Yeah. The reason why I'm here is that I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. And I'd like to introduce myself, just a little. My name is Soraya Antonucci Allen. I'm Navajo and Jewish. I lost my husband in 1985, who was a professor at NAU. I met him there and we got married. And I was 3 months 3 months before delivery when I, lost my husband and raised 3 boys. And all 3 of my sons served, 2 of them served in the military. The other one was denied. And they all got their PhD. And people say I did a good job. It wasn't my help just by myself, but I am a Christian. I believe in God. And I believe that he was the one to help me. The reason why I'm here is that I noticed that a lot of my native from the reservation are homeless. And they have no choice to be out here. Many times when you're going to get a home site lease or a home to have a house built, you have to go through to the living neighbors that live in that area. And they have to, sign the petition for you. And many times, the neighbors don't want them there, and they're without a home. And the only place, and then the other time is that their relatives don't want them there. The people don't want them there. And that's the reason why they come up here. And a lot of them, I talk to them and I ask them that, they come from a beautiful country. And they have a privilege to live, a land that's given to them. And I don't. I was put in an orphanage and I was raised in an orphanage. But there was a Zia Pueblo family that adopted me from New Mexico. And they raised me. My father took me back to Israel. And I don't know why he brought me back to, United States. And I never got to see my father again. And the other thing I'm here for is my behalf. There are a lot of homeless people here which we never experienced before. I've been in Flagstaff most of my life.
I am sorry, but you have 3 minutes to address us, and your time is up. We do have public participation at the end.
All right, thank you.
If you would like to stay for the meeting, which I think will be relatively short.
Okay, so I'll go back. All right.
Thank
then
you.
Come back?
I'm sorry?
Do I go back and then come back?
Yes, and if you fill out a card, I can call you at the end of the meeting
Okay, that would
during
be-
public participation.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving down to item number 5, review of draft agenda for the February 2024 City Council meeting. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Last time I made some suggestions regarding residential in public facility zone, which will be item 5 next week. And I sent a couple emails to staff, and hopefully they'll be working on answers to my questions. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, then we'll move down to item number 6, February work anniversaries.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, your Senior Deputy City Manager. We've got some February work anniversaries to share with you today. We'll start with our first year anniversaries. Again, we don't call each of these out, but share with you, some of these employees are Water Services as well as our pros and Public Works divisions. Additional employees here, adding the library, the airport, human resources. And then lastly, employee from the police department as well as community and civic engagement. So our 5-year anniversaries, you probably recognize Danny Neal. He was with our organization for quite some time, but he's come back as an employee in recreation post-retirement. So, as well, Stephanie is also celebrating her 5th year in recreation as one of our officials. We've got Sarah, who's one of our recreation assistants, also celebrating 5 years. And Jackson Salazar, he works in Water Services as one of our plan reviewers. I'm not sure his dog's name, but very cute dog. Jessica Kittleson, who's in customer service, part of our management services division, is also celebrating 5 years. Moving on to our 10-year anniversaries, we have Sarah Dector. She's our comprehensive and neighborhood planning manager, part of our community development division. And Kristen Decker, who is one of our police special services supervisors in our police department. And Lauren Sampson, who also works in Water Services as one of our operator fours. Moving on to 20-year anniversaries, Mark Piper is one of our airport operations and ARF lead workers, part of our economic vitality division. And then moving on to 25-year anniversaries, Crystal Warden is one of our 25-year recipients this month. Crystal's been an integral team member in recreation for 25 years, keeping her colleagues engaged and educated while bringing a high level of emotional intelligence each day. She brings excellence into the workplace and gives opportunity for the Flagstaff community to take part in wonderful programming. From creating and working on programs like Evening of Art and Culture, Daddy-Daughter Ball, Touch a Truck, that's a fun one, and Juneteenth to be a role model to countless youth in our community, Crystal is a pillar in Flagstaff. She's been a mentor and a positive role model to countless youth, from her time at Cogdale Recreation Center up to this day where she's now a supervisor at Hal Jensen Recreation Center. Crystal is sought out daily by many of the youth for wisdom, compassion, and an attentive ear. Our team values her passion, her dedication, and the joy she brings to the workplace each and every day. Thanks, Crystal, for your 25 years of service. Yay! Crystal, would you like to come up and say a few words? Okay. Maybe he wants to say a few words.
Definitely wants to say a few words.
It's great to see you.
Thank you. So honored and so thankful, so grateful for the opportunity to have served my community for so long. Born and raised Flagstaff kid, and I'm just very blessed. My husband, I kind of nudged him like, shh, like don't, he's very loud. I'm like, shh, don't say anything. And then my supervisors stand up and make all the noise. I was like, okay, I'm okay. So I'm honored, I'm blessed, I'm grateful, and I'm looking forward to many more years with the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
All right, so this next one is a 40-year anniversary. I'm sure that
Is she running for the door, or is she coming down here?
I think she's coming down here, really. So many of us know Stacy Breckler-Nags as SBK. She was actually hired today, so February 13th in 1984, also in Parks and Recreation. So Stacy has been working hard to develop emergency management and contracts. She's hired managers in both of those programs, so we're very excited. And she's had countless awards recognizing the work that she does that goes above and beyond throughout her career here with the city. As a Leader of the Year in 2021, the City Manager's Award this past year for the Interbasin Waterline Repair Project. We just did that celebration with all of our employees, and she was recognized for her work with that project. She's received numerous WOW awards. You'll see the years listed there. I apologize, I missed a 0 in 2012. 212 is not a year, I promise. A Quality Step increase in 2017, and another City Manager's Excellence Award in the year 2020. So I know that Stacy has some great words of wisdom to share with all of us, so I'm going to invite her up as well.
I don't know about words of wisdom, if that happens after 40 years, but I guess I started when I was 12. No, I didn't. Some funny things that have happened over the years. Well, I started in this building, it's brand new, and I started right out of college at NAU, and I had called my parents and said, I think I'm going to try to get a job with the city and live here. Met my husband here, raised my 2 kids, so it's kind of been fast. I've had numerous staff tell me that I've been here as long as they've been born. That's never a good thing to say to me because I wrapped their whole office in Christmas wrapping in their computer and their whole thing when they came in. I said, don't do that. I'll get you back here if you start telling me that you're were born when I started with the city. But it's been an honor and a privilege to serve my community. I could not have done it without the amazing staff here. It's really been an honor to serve with the city staff. They're amazing. You have some very talented, professional, caring, and kind staff that work here. And I asked my staff to come down with me today, my managers, my 2 managers, and my 2 specialists. You really can't do it without the people that are surrounded by you, that work with you. You can't survive that long during the good and the tough times here at the city. And then I appreciate your support, Mayor and Council, and the city manager and the deputies. They've been supportive, and my division head, which is there too, Rick. Thank you for coming down. And then I got my sister way in the back there, Kimberly Ott, my sister of the heart. So, but you can't do it without friends, family, and support of fellow staff. So it's been a fun run. I'm going to keep going. We'll see how long, but I got some projects, yeah. I feel good, my health is good, and I enjoy working for the city and serving our community, so thank you.
So some great celebrations this month.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
What is BK stand for? Does that stand for Be Cool?
Thanks, Council, for helping us celebrate these wonderful milestones this month. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Shannon, do you know how many grant funds Stacy BK has brought in?
You know, somebody asked me that question, and I don't know. SBK, do you know? How many grant funds you brought in over 40 years?
I am going to run down here. See, I'm still. Actually, when I became I've moved around in positions, obviously, and I appreciate the challenge of emergency management and the city manager allowing me to build this program. But I started as the grants manager in 94, 92, and it was $5 million. We are at $111 million in budgeted grant revenues this last fiscal year. So it's increased tenfold.
What's the total in your 40 years?
Total grant, single grant? Accumulative, I don't know, probably this last year, 111 million in budgeted grant revenues. It's probably my stellar year, but we're gonna keep going, right? We want more grants.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, City Manager, I don't know if you can really hold a candle to all of that, but
I cannot.
it's time for your report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Between Crystal and Stacy BK, we have 65 years of tenure with the city. That's pretty remarkable. Great stuff. Thank you, Shannon, for recognizing our many employees. My report is a little bit more of that. I'm not going to go through the names. I would invite you to look through the Officers of the Year with our PD, the many awards that were given. I'll single out Officer Jason Nguyen, who received the 2023 Officer of the Year. Some of us attended that event. It was very heartwarming. Also have some updates and awards involving our fire department. It's kind of a public safety manager's report this time, and a little bit of some highlights from our visit at JoJo's ribbon cutting. Many of you were there. We'll continue with this report next time and single out a few more employees. At this point, I'll turn it back to you and see if you have any questions or comments. Thanks.
Council? Thank you.
I apologize, Mayor. I overlooked one thing in the report that Stacy wanted me to highlight. And never a good idea to omit something that the city clerk wants you to highlight. A few things. The manager's report also includes, and I wanted to invite any discussion or comments on this, but we have a summary on the council rotation for the state, federal, and other special meetings. I think it's pretty explanatory, not simple, but explanatory. And if you have any questions or comments, I can field those. And then we also will have a couple of updates from PROS and Water Services.
Thank you. Council, any questions on any part of it? All right. So who's up next?
Well, IT, PROS, and Water Services, we'll take it in that order. We'll have a couple more updates next time, but we'll start with IT. Thank you so much.
Thank you, City Manager. Hello, CJ.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. CJ Perry, your IT Director. We've got our IT report. There's a lot of great things in here. We've got some tips and tricks on how to use a lot of the tools that we use with Microsoft. Really wanted to highlight our GIS program. So we've got a lot of amazing staff doing awesome work in here. You can learn a little bit about them. One of the things I really wanted to call out on this report is Our project update in relation to fiber and broadband. I know that was a discussion that we've recently had, and we currently have an RSOQ out to try to find a broadband partner to come to Flagstaff. We're looking at providing $2 million in funding that's been allocated over the past couple of years to our broadband program, as well as access to some of our excess conduit to help build out, bring in more competition, more providers to the area. We've had a lot of interest in this. A really big shout out to the procurement team to help get this out there. We are also in alignment with a similar RFP that's going out with the county. So we are kind of looking at doing this in a very collaborative sense. Granted, you know, they're going through their process, we're going through ours, but we're collaborating a lot throughout this whole process. So that closes on March 15th. After that, I hope to have exciting updates as far as what the next steps look like. We'll get a lot of fiber and conduit for the city of Flagstaff as part of that, assuming we have a successful applicant. And we'll have new options for each of your homes and businesses and all of that. So that's the thing I really wanted to highlight. There's a lot of other great updates within the report, so feel free to read it at your leisure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, CJ. Any questions or comments? Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I think we all need to sing a round of happy birthday. Today may be Amy Hagan's birthday, but I won't make her. I've already been embarrassing her enough today, so we'll move on. But we did want to congratulate our City Manager Award winners from the division. And I actually just really love this picture here of Ian and Juan. So congratulations to them, and we appreciate their hard work. This is our January report, so the trail counts here are from December. You may recall we had a pretty mild December, and Buffalo Park Loop and AZT continue to take the cake as the most popular trails. But clearly we're getting a lot of good usage on our trail system. Our parks team has been taking advantage, or at least back in December, we're taking advantage of the warmer weather to do some projects. They were able to install this new gate and improve accessibility and the entrances into this park, which is the Thorpe Multipurpose Field up near Clark Homes. So thanks to them for their work on those projects. In recreation, it is always hopping, but in December, we're able to add some, with school breaks and things, we're able to add some public skate opportunities. And of course, in December, people just want to go ice skate. It's a fun thing to do, and our visitors appreciate that as well. So we were able to add quite a few additional public skate and hockey sessions with a total of 3,700 patrons for the month and $30,000 in revenue just for those public skate opportunities. So that was great. At the Aquaplex, finally, we have Zumba back. That has been a huge request. It's been a challenge to find the right fit for an instructor. This was a very popular fitness class pre-pandemic, so it's exciting to finally have this back as an offering. And over at the Joe Montoya Community and Senior Center, they've been working on a project to help reduce or improve the acoustics of the main dining room area, especially with that population. It was really hard with the echoing. It was really hard for people to hear. Those of you that have been there understand. So we've been able to install these acoustic panels, and we're getting really positive feedback. And this is from funding from our base budget this fiscal year. Moving on to open space, we've completed our first full year of the Heritage Grant, which was an outdoor education coordinator. And you can see here the statistics of all the engagement and programming opportunities that position was able to offer. And next week, you'll see that we are coming to you with a grant agreement and resolution for funding that position for 2 more years. which we're super excited about. We are also, in our open space team, we were able to partner with AmeriCorps at NAU and hire Desert Mulford. He's an environmental literacy corps, so this position is really focused on education about climate change. And we welcome him to our team. In our events and marketing team, we just wanted to share that the naming of the Plows contest and social media posts, I see you all smiling, has been our most popular. I think it almost broke the internet, right? Haley, did it? Yeah. So, but really popular engagement on our social media pages with that, and keep an eye on it. I think a video posted just recently of one of our operators, and we're getting positive feedback on that as well. And then just yesterday, we closed our registration for adult volleyball, but stay tuned. We've got lots of additional adult athletics programming coming up. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca.
You bet.
Any questions? Councilmember Harris.
I don't have a question, but I just have to say that that was an amazing idea to name those trucks and plows. It's great, and I hear people talking about it all the time, how much fun it is to watch them or to follow them. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. And honestly, all of the credit goes to our events and marketing supervisor, Haley Reynolds, who is sitting back here, and she won't say that herself, so I have to say it for her.
Anything else? All right, thanks so much. Water Services really hasn't been up to much of anything lately.
I don't know if the presentation's on there. Could you want me to pull it up? Mayor, City Councilors, thank you. From Water Services, if you haven't noticed, there's been a slight change. So the whole time that I've been here, Lisa Deem has been able to do the update for the quarterly report. Lisa did retire. We still do have her on contract. She's helping us with the rate study and our budget, and also putting together the quarterly report. So we are working to get that pulled up. I think just a couple of things that I would like to highlight. Starting first with stormwater. Again, I think some big news is that all the Spruce Wash projects have been moved underneath one CMAR. So we're looking to see that accelerate and continue to work through to get those accomplished. In addition, on the other side of town, we're continuing to make progress on the Schultz Creek, including the 180 crossing. Definitely big news for Water Services as we continue to work through that. I think shifting gears a little bit, an appreciation to City Council for approval of the combination truck for our wastewater collections group. So they move forward with that approval, and I'm looking forward to getting that equipment online. SCADA team has been very busy as usual, but also thunderstorms and electricity seems to continue to keep them hopping as they kind of keep up communications and working to make sure that we're able to see the information in the field and have those controls and pull in those data. I appreciate the work that they do. A couple other highlights, can't say enough about the work being done on the Interbasin. Very large project brought together through our Capitals project, but we're very excited last year to actually be able to run the North Reservoir plant for several weeks, and looking forward to seeing what that does to our water portfolio as we come into this season. But yeah, I can't say enough about that project, the funding work that was done, and how that project has been able to be turned around, and the contractor being able to get those repairs done so quickly. We were definitely excited. Continuing to recognize council for your support. Would highlight that wastewater has received their loader, which was a much needed need as they continue to work through processing biosolids that we've talked once or twice about. But they were happy to add that addition that is on site, and just in time for some snow removal as the storms came in. In addition, I want to highlight staff for some work that they've done. I think that went a little bit unnoticed around our chemical addition. So even though they do add chlorine for disinfection, we are required to dechlorinate that. And having some trouble with some of our vendors that kind of shifted gears and I say left them a little bit on a limb. They were able to pivot temporarily with a bisulfate at a small scale, just to keep us in compliance and moving forward. But in addition, staff took the initiative and in-house were able to install bulk tanks to actually start receiving bisulfate in bulk quantities, which really helped us because buying them in small quantities was a definite a cost constraint. But they were able to install those tanks, the pumping equipment, got that up and running. And so kudos to the team out at Wildcat for being able to implement that. I think a few other things just to highlight. We continue to work through not just our rate study, but our community engagement. I've personally had a chance to talk with some of the community. We did some roundtable engagements. We continue to find those opportunities to talk to the community. We do like to hear back from them, not just on the rates, but on the things that we do every day. And I appreciate our communications team. And while Lisa will be missed, she is also working very hard with us to find her replacement and try to help with that transition as smoothly as possible. And with that, probably a lot more information within the packet, but absolutely available to stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments? Nicely done. Thank you. And that concludes everything. All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we are moving down to item number 8, report of recent social science findings on forest and fire management from the Greater Flagstaff, Arizona area. From the Ecological Restoration Institute. I always regret starting to read the title. Institute and NAU School of Forestry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Good to see everyone. We have often discussed the change our forests are experiencing. The narrative for many years has been focused on restoring the landscape, but that narrative is changing. We now know how to restore fire-adapted conditions across the landscape, although we struggle to hit the pace and scale we would like. Thought leaders are now really focused on seeking solutions to the wildland-urban interface fire problems facing our communities. We're very fortunate that our partners at NAU School of Forestry and the Ecological Restoration Institute are working on this exact issue. Dr. Melanie Colavito will present updated Schultz Fire full cost accounting information. Dr. Nikki Von Hedeman will present household experiences with the 2019 museum fire, and Dr. Kat Edgley will present research on local community smoke tolerance. Our intent with this presentation is to inform you of these topics that they're working on, but also just to let you know that our partnership with these folks is very strong. So much of our work is driven by the science that these folks are working on, and some of their research is driven by the questions that we're asking them as well. So not only do we want you to make sure you're informed of these important topics, but really the takeaway, we have a wonderful partnership with School of Forestry and ERI, and we're constantly working with each other to solve these challenges. So I will hand it over to Melanie.
Good afternoon, Mayor Daggett and council members. Can I get a time check to clarify how much time we have for this?
You have as much time as you need for this.
All right.
I mean, within reason.
Understood, understood. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to present this afternoon on some of our recent social science findings on forest and fire management in the Greater Flagstaff area. As Neil just described, we are partners for you here for decision makers in the Greater Flagstaff and Northern Arizona area, and so we're excited to share some of the research that we've been doing that is relevant to decision making. I'm Melanie Colavito. I'm a social scientist and the Director of Policy and Communications at the Ecological Restoration Institute. I'm also a native of Flagstaff, joined by my colleague Kat Edgley and Nikki Von Hedeman from the School of Forestry and ERI, respectively. So as Neil mentioned, the Ecological Restoration Institute is a partner here. We're based at Northern Arizona University. We are congressionally authorized, and as part of that congressional authorization, our mission is a bit unique. So we are actually designed to both develop the best available science as well as, and maybe more importantly, translate and transfer that science for the decision-making context. So we work with an array of audiences working to mitigate the risk of catastrophic wildfire and restore forest health across the West, from federal to city to non-governmental to tribal and everything in between. We both produce primary research as well as synthesized research, so bringing together the body of knowledge on a particular topic can carry a little bit more weight than a single study, and as I mentioned, do a lot of that translation and transfer, so that includes developing white papers, working papers that are written for decision makers rather than just for scientific audiences. And so, yeah, we are a resource here for the council as well. I want to start by just level setting briefly on the state of our forests here in northern Arizona. With the benefit of long-term research that we have in the greater Flagstaff area, we know that historically our ponderosa pine forests were characterized by a natural fire regime with low-intensity fires that occurred very frequently, every 7 to 15 years, that helped to rejuvenate soils and maintain an open structure in our forests. So you can see from these photos, we used to have these large park-like forest structures with big trees and a very diverse understory, meaning wildflowers, forbs, and shrubs. And fire went through this system at low intensities and helped to maintain the health of that forest. It was a beneficial factor. Nowadays, largely due to fire exclusion, so taking fire out of that system, we have seen our forests become much more crowded. That exclusion of fire has allowed ponderosa pine seedlings to rejuvenate and come up quickly, and they've taken over the forest floor. So we no longer have that diversity on the forest floor, and when we do experience fires because of the crowding of the trees and their sort of weakness because of drought and insect and disease and these other factors that they're competing with each other more for resources, we see fire moving from the forest floor into the canopy, and that's what's causing some of these catastrophic fires, such as the pipeline and tunnel and museum and Schultz, to name a few. The good news is we know what to do about this, and this is in large part due to this long history of research that we have in this area. For example, we know that in the 1870s, we had approximately 23 trees per acre. Now, in certain areas of the forest, we're looking at up to 1,300 trees per acre. So we know that we need to remove trees and reintroduce beneficial fire into the system in order to both restore the health of the forest as well as protect our communities and our water supplies. So these forest restoration approaches that are scientifically based include a combination of strategic thinning, beneficial fire like prescribed fire, as well as allowing naturally ignited fires to burn. And they can, in combination, work together to improve that resilience. So you can see this is a photo from the Gus Pearson Natural Area, which is just off Highway 180, kind of near Snowball. So if you look at those two blue arrows, this is a photo pre-restoration. Following restoration treatments, this photo was taken 4 years after those restoration treatments, so you can see those two large, healthy, old trees are maintained. That's an important component of it. A lot of those smaller trees that are going to bring fire up into the canopy have been removed, and if you were to introduce fire into that system, it would burn along the forest floor at a low intensity. So this is the idea that we are working toward. Forest restoration is something that we've seen a lot of support for, and we're going to talk more about that in the greater Flagstaff area. And lastly, one of the key components to getting there is the role of beneficial fire. And this is a term that I've increasingly heard be used, and it was coined in the recent Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission report, of which Neil Chapman was a part. But that includes prescribed fire, allowing naturally ignited fires to burn, and cultural burning with indigenous partners. So all of that in combination with thinning can really help for our forest restoration. So that was our level set on the state of what we know. And now we're going to move into the social science findings. So we've done a number of studies in partnership here with the School of Forestry and the Ecological Restoration Institute over the last couple of years, looking at a couple of key fires in the greater Flagstaff area. So I want to start with the 2010 Schultz fire. So in 2013, the Ecological Restoration Institute conducted a full cost accounting of that fire to understand what were the financial costs of that single event. And in 2020, we set about remeasuring that because we had the benefit of baseline economic information from the first 3 years following the fire. So we did a remeasurement of the various costs associated with that, as well as a household survey, which had also been conducted in 2011, shortly after the fire, to understand what had changed with residents in that area. So I'm just going to move quickly through these and hit the high-level findings, and we can provide you with all of the full scope of the study if you're interested at any point, but I'm just going to move straight to what we learned. So over a 10-year period of time for the 2010 Schultz fire, we found that the total cost of that fire were approximately $111 million in 2021 dollars. And now that is for a single fire over a 10-year period of time, and the Schultz fire is what we could starting to consider relatively small in size. It was 1,500 acres. This table just provides a breakdown of the different categories of costs that were incurred by that fire over the 10 years. The largest were borne by the government and utility expenses. We also looked at sale price losses. There's a proxy on there for disturbance to ecosystem services. So ecosystem services are things like healthy habitat for endangered species, carbon sequestration, water protection, things like this. So we tried to understand the economic value of impacts to those. We also looked at insurance, household costs like prevention and mitigation. Sadly, there was loss of life associated with the post-fire flooding from Schultz. Structural damage, cleanup, unpaid labor, home contents, and fire evacuation. So all of that combined provided a total of $111 million. What's really interesting, though, and probably will not come as a surprise, is that the majority of those costs were indirect costs, so costs that were not associated with direct fire suppression. As you're all probably well aware, that fire resulted in a lot of significant post-fire flooding, and that is where the majority of the costs were incurred. And we also see that the costs continue to accrue over time. So what this figure is showing is the time on the bottom, so 2010 through 2019, and then the cost. And so in 2010, we see the most cost, but it continues all the way through 2019. Costs are continuing to accrue as a result of that one event. And so there's just a really significant finding in terms of the way that these events can carry into the future. We also, because we were able to estimate the costs associated with that fire, we could estimate what would it have cost to do treatments, proactive restoration, as I described at the beginning, versus the full cost of a catastrophic, uncharacteristic wildfire. So using some estimates from a project in that area that was planned but not implemented, we estimated that it would have cost about $7,000 per acre. There are a lot of caveats with that number, which I can explain to you at another time if you'd like to hear them. But using these rough estimates, we can say that because of the $111 million cost of the fire and the potential cost per acre at $7,000 for doing treatment, what I want you to take away from this is that the full cost of the fire was the proposed cost of restoration. Bottom line, proactive fuels management costs a lot less than cleanup after a fire. And we now have, this is the first study of its kind that we are aware of anywhere documenting these costs. So this is an important takeaway. And with that, I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Kat Edgley.
Thank you. So I want to round out this piece of the study with a cost that's kind of hard to characterize financially, and that's the long-term well-being impact to residents in the area affected by the Schultz fire and post-fire flooding. So these are a few quick statistics or summary statistics from that survey that Melanie mentioned. This one conducted in 2020, so 10 years after the fire. About 12% of our respondents said they had physical health impacts from the fire and flooding. That goes up to almost 20% when we asked about mental health. So that is a significant portion of the population out in that area. about a quarter said they experienced significant levels of stress because of the fire, and 8% saying that they had a pre-existing health condition that was then intensified by their experience with the Schultz fire as well. This next statistic, I think, is one of the more powerful ones. Almost 5% said they're still experiencing health issues 10 years after the fire. So that's a small but certainly not insignificant number of people who are still reporting that the legacy of this fire has stayed with them. And that possibly speaks to a need for long-term support for those kinds of impacts. The last one I'll pull out here is nearly 15% don't really like living in the area as much since the Schultz fire, and that area has seen a lot of turnover since the fire and flooding as well. I'll introduce you to our next case study that we want to highlight, and this is a series of surveys after the 2019 museum fire and the post-fire flooding that occurred after that. So we were fortunate enough to be able to conduct 2 surveys after this fire event. The first was just a couple of months after the fire was contained. This one in 2019, and we use a mixed mode method. That means we use different approaches to get people to complete the same survey. So in that 2019 study, we had a mail survey that went out to, I think, almost 3,000 houses. And that had a paper copy of the survey, an opportunity to fill it out online, and we had it online through an NAU venue and on the City of Flagstaff website. Thank you for the opportunity to have that there. And then we sent a reminder postcard a week or 2 later just to folks who hadn't responded yet. We had a really great turnout on this one, in line with a lot of other studies in the area, about 22.3%, or nearly 800 responses to that survey. So we'll talk a little bit about those responses, but also in a few places compare it to a follow-up survey in 2022. And this used a very similar method, mixed mode following up. This one not quite as high of a response rate, but we might suspect that there's been quite a number of studies of the Flagstaff public, and their interest in participation might be decreasing a little bit. I'll pass it over to Nikki.
Thank you. So I'll just be going into some survey responses here. So in our 2019 survey, we asked folks about communication regarding the museum fire. In our survey responses, we found that over half, 59% of respondents reported using social media to find emergency information. We also found that 84.5% reported that they were indeed signed up for Coconino County's emergency alert systems. We also asked folks how they expected to be notified about an evacuation and other information with regards to the fire. In this case, 41% of respondents expected to be notified in person about the need to evacuate. And this is something that really needs to be included in all future messaging, is that this is very likely not how evacuation will actually happen. And folks are having a much higher expectation that a person will actually come and knock on their door and get them to leave. So we do know that the Coconino County has most recently, or very recently, and since the survey, created a new evacuation zone map, which is linked here, in trying to communicate exactly which areas, which neighborhoods, clearly label them, are being evacuated. So there's already work being done on this front, but it's just really important to emphasize that there needs to be consistent messaging about how evacuation will actually occur. The 2022 survey, which was much more focused on the post-fire flooding rather than the fire itself, we also asked some similar questions about about communication. 56% of respondents to this survey received a flash flood warning on their phones from the National Weather Service and Coconino County's emergency alert system. That's just over half. I think we'd all like to see that increase. Almost half of folks also just were alerted about flooding by seeing floodwaters rising in their neighborhoods. Almost a third of folks also observed local weather forecasting as a way to be informed about flood events. And then once again, this is reiterated here, is that only 0.8% had an official come to their property to alert them about flooding. And so once again, the messaging really just needs to be emphasizing that someone is not going to come knock on your door, and you need to be connected to these different forms of communication about flooding events as well as fire events. What's very interesting is that we were able to see, ask questions about where folks are turning to find information about both the museum fire and post-fire flooding. In the 2019 survey, we asked who folks were turning to for trustworthy information related to the museum fire. You can see that that a large majority of respondents were turning to the Forest Service, the Coconino County, to all these different entities, including the City of Flagstaff. But in the 2022 survey, the level of trust, the number of folks who found these sources of information to be trustworthy had dropped. I don't think it's only a span of time in the different timing of the survey, but rather that it was less clear to respondents on where they could find information about flood risk versus where they could find information about fire. For example, the Forest Service, nearly 80% of respondents had found them to be a trustworthy source of information related to the fire, but this dropped to less than half when trying to obtain information about flooding. Folks also actually had more faith in, or found the information from Coconino County and from the City of Flagstaff to be more trustworthy in the flooding realm than some other sources. We also asked about household flood impacts in the 2022 survey. We found that 30% of respondents had reported damage from the 2021 floods. Of those 30% that were reporting damage, nearly 84% reported that it was non-structural damage. These are things like driveways, landscaping, and fencing being damaged. But nearly 22% also reported damage to the interior of their home. Other impacts that weren't physical, but rather shifts in schedule were occurring as well. So nearly a third of respondents had to rearrange their schedule, and 11% of respondents said they could not attend work due to the 2021 floods. We also found that nearly a third of respondents that were living in areas that have the highest modeled flood risk were actually reported negative mental health impacts, which I'll get to on this slide. This is somewhat full of lots of information, but you can see here that we were asking about mental and physical health impacts related to flood risk or flood experiences, and the most common responses are highlighted at the bottom of the chart. So we were over 75% of respondents were worried about the safety of their family, friends, or neighbors during these flood events. Over 50% were worried about the impacts of future floods, and nearly 50% were just feeling anxious or worried about floods in general, or worried about the safety of their property. Some of the most acute impacts on mental health and physical health were less common, but still very much present in the community and still worth pointing out. Nearly a quarter or around a quarter of respondents also had problems such as trouble relaxing, experiencing significant stress, and losing sleep. And a few respondents, around 6% of respondents, were still experiencing serious health issues or having health conditions worsen because of the flood events. We also asked about flood insurance in our 2022 survey. 22% of respondents had purchased flood insurance. This was most common between July and August 2019, right after the museum fire event. And 64% had retained their coverage between 2019 and 2022. Only 4.7% had actually filed insurance claims related to flood damage in the 2021 flooding season, monsoon season. But an additional 15% had flood impacts that were not covered by insurance, and we asked them how much those costs were, and the average cost was $33,000. Some folks even reported $100,000 of damage, and some folks reported way less. We also asked how long respondents were planning to renew their flood insurance, and 50% said they were planning to do so indefinitely.
I have a quick question. Could you go back to that slide?
Yes.
This 15.6%, was that all, or was any of that from deductibles? Or it was all damage that insurance just didn't cover?
We asked folks to report the damages that insurance didn't cover. We didn't ask them to specifically write down if it was deductibles, but that was related to damages that insurance did not cover. Yeah, good question. And then we also asked what folks were doing related to flood mitigation on their private property. We found that between 2019 and 2022, that sandbag use had about doubled to 27% of respondents using sandbags in the most recent flooding events. Other actions that folks took of note were that nearly 37% cleared flood debris from drainage areas, roads, and sidewalks. We left open some comments in the survey, and many folks put that they were doing this kind of work in those comments as well. Nearly 24% were parking vehicles off the street. Only 16% were preparing an emergency stay kit. We'd probably like to see that number grow as well. And 66.5% said they didn't really take any additional action because they felt their property's flood risk was too low to warrant additional mitigation. Just a quick summary of some of the things I've pointed out here is that we found it really interesting that people are looking to different sources of information depending on the hazard. The same sources of information, the same entities were perceived as having different trustworthiness if they're being asked about information on a fire versus information on a flooding event. And it seems that post-fire flood communication is not as mature as fire communication. Residents are less clear on where to turn to get reliable information on flooding events and regularly occurring flooding events. This may indicate a need to test different messaging with different groups. We also wanted to, I think it's important to emphasize the connection between preparation and mental health, that some of those mental health impacts can be mitigated by preparing for flood season, and that there should be an emphasis on the unpredictability of monsoon flooding. If a fire occurs in 2019, it might take 2 years for flooding to occur, and it's important to keep your flood insurance during that entire time. And that keeping flood insurance should be emphasized as well. We also think that it's important to explore grants, cost shares, or other funding mechanisms related to insurance and other forms of flood mitigation to ensure that the folks, the lowest income folks are not bearing a disproportionate burden of these costs, and that they too can actively participate in keeping themselves safe during these events. So I'll pass it over to Melanie.
I have a question about one of your slides, and I don't know if any other council members do, but will you be making recommendations on any of this? So maybe I could wait until you make your recommendations, and I'll see if this is one that you think we should do. So never mind, thank you.
Yeah, there are recommendations at the end. We also have a lot of literature we can hand you at the end as well. Thanks.
Councilmember House.
I actually had a question as well on just that last slide, mentioning exploring grants and cost shares or other funding mechanisms. Are you aware of programs like that that exist specific to flood insurance programs?
No, I don't think we know exactly where to point you in that direction, but we can look.
So is your question, what are the programs that might exist? Yeah, so that would be something we could follow up on with you and compile a list of sources. We don't have them on the top of our head, but we'd be happy to follow up. Yeah. Well, so as you can see, we are a team, and we're trying to summarize 4 different studies, so we are just clicking through. But if there are other questions, I can pause for just a moment. We just have 2 more sections, and then happy to have discussion and, yeah, to take any follow-ups that you may have.
I think you're good to continue.
Excellent. Yeah, so you've heard a little bit about the full cost of fire, about experiences with the particular wildfire, experiences with post-fire flooding in 2 different events. And we all wanted to understand how this might impact perceptions of forest management, which I described to you at the beginning of the presentation, that we have clarity around what we need to do to reduce the risk of fire. So what are resident perceptions of those actions? One of the questions that we asked in the 2019 survey was in particular focused about the cause of the museum fire. And as we know that the reported cause was likely due to contracting equipment working in the Dry Lake Hills. And so knowing that and knowing that that information had been released when we did this survey or was being discussed when we did this survey, we wanted to understand what resident perceptions were. And 85% responded that they were aware of the reported cause of the museum fire, and at the same time agreed with the statement that fire is a natural part of the landscape around Flagstaff. So we see that people understand what happened, and they still understand the role of fire. Nearly a quarter agreed that the landscape will recover from the impacts of the museum fire. Now, we've often said that the community of Flagstaff has a really good ecological literacy, as it were, so a strong understanding of forests and forest restoration, and that is due to all the work that the city and the county and the federal partners and governmental groups have been doing to explain this over a long time. So there's been a concerted communication effort, and I think that that has really paid dividends. So we asked respondents about different forest management strategies. So the way to read this figure is that the dark yellow is strongly agree, all the way to the dark blue, which is strongly disagree. And we asked respondents to indicate their level of agreement with these different statements. So, for example, continued forest management will improve forest health. You see that almost 90% of respondents strongly agree with that statement. There's also strong agreement that continued forest management will reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire, that it will improve watershed health, minimize the future costs of fire, reduce the risk of post-fire flooding, minimize the future costs of post-fire flooding, and protect city water resources. And I think it's also important to note that the timing of our survey in 2022 was, from a research perspective, a little bit concerning because we put our survey out in April, I think right around the time of the tunnel fire, and then it was still out during the pipeline fire. So we were still receiving responses during that event, which was obviously very significant. And so I think it's important to note that these are responses that we're getting kind of in the midst of a pretty significant fire season. High support for forest management in the city of Flagstaff. Many respondents are also supportive of different types of forest management strategies. So we kind of asked about the impact of forest management. This question is getting at the different strategies themselves. So again, the way to read this is the dark yellow is very acceptable to the dark blue, which is very unacceptable. So what is the acceptability of strategic removal of trees? Again, close to 90%. Fuel breaks are very high, so our strategic removal of trees is very acceptable. In terms of the fire, we see a little bit less acceptability, but it's still quite high. Prescribed fire and lightning ignited fires being allowed to burn are still well over 50% for both, in terms of very to moderately acceptable. We also were curious, how should we accomplish this? And we know, as people that work in this space, how collaborative the different organizations in the greater Flagstaff area and northern Arizona are when it comes to forest management. That's also something that we see in these findings. So we see 90% of respondents agree that partnerships between the city, Forest Service, and other organizations are the best way to address fire risk. So that those partnerships are paying off. People like that and see that. And almost a quarter support future initiatives like the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Partnership or Project to reduce wildfire and flood risk in Flagstaff. So the takeaway here, there are high levels of support for future forest management. There's a highly supportive population here. They are supportive of diverse management strategies, including fire use. And Kat is going to talk to us just a minute about smoke, because that is the one thing that can sort of throw these findings. We'll see high support for forest management, but not a ton of love about smoke, which we'll kind of get a little understanding about the nuances there. So that continued support for future initiatives to implement this, like partnerships among the different organizations. And I think that what this really speaks to is that all this communication has paid off. There's a high level of understanding. And what we're seeing now is sometimes a need or a request for more nuanced information from residents. So why are you taking this particular approach? What are you doing with the material? So there's opportunities to have a little bit more advanced conversations with people. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Kat.
Okay, I'll finish this up here with this last one. And as Melanie mentioned, this study is about smoke impacts and how communities are responding. And I'll note that this is not within the city of Flagstaff. We have two study areas for this project. One is Parks out west of us a couple miles, and the other one is the Highlands Fire District, so that's Mountain Air, Kachina, and Forest Highlands. So this is another survey study, but it also has a few interviews in it as well to mix things up. So the survey, really similar to the previous ones we've spoken about. We made sure that if someone's primary home was in the study area, we visited them in person. So we had a team of researchers go out and deliver them by hand in the parks area, because it is a little bit more rural. It can be hard to get folks to respond. And then anyone who had a second home got it in the mail to their tax address. In the Highlands Fire District data set, we did just do mail because we didn't have as much staff for that part of the project. But we got great response rates on both of those studies, so we know we have pretty representative data of these populations. And then in the case of parks, we were also able to do interviews with a mix of residents, some who did do the survey, some who didn't, so we could get a sense of whether that survey data was representative. And we also spoke with professionals in that area about their experiences working with these populations as well. So one of the questions we asked to kind of dovetail off Melanie's slides there is how acceptable these different ignition sources are to residents in this area. And you can see at the very bottom, human-caused wildfire is the least acceptable, so we're all on the same page about that. Then if you look at the top, we have a few questions where we were interested in the framing and whether it matters for acceptability. And you can see that if we say a prescribed fire is ignited with the intent to reduce wildfire risk to homes, it gets a little bit more support from the public than if it's just health objectives alone. So a good little insight into the best way to share information about what we're doing. We also asked folks, how long would you be okay with unhealthy levels of smoke from different sources of fire? So I've got parks and the Highlands Fire District here side by side. And you can see for any of these sources, actually this is pretty high. Between 4 and 5 days of unhealthy levels of smoke would be okay with the majority of respondents. I would say that's a lot higher than other areas across the US. So that education really paying off in, okay, it might not be great to have smoke, but we understand why it's here. We also asked about the trustworthiness of smoke information sources. So where are they getting this information from? Do they feel like it's reliable? And unfortunately, the city, these folks were not in the city, so that wasn't an option on this survey. But you can see that they're pretty interested in local government as a source of information. Coconino County really high up there for both populations. But actually, the one that's kind of unified is the local fire departments. That tends to be the most trustworthy source for all kinds of fire information. And it's good to see that smoke is the same in that instance. So great messengers for getting information out about smoke. We've also got the Forest Service up there, a few different bits and pieces. And the other one I'll draw your attention to is the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. It's sitting kind of in the middle there, 50% of residents in parks and quite a bit higher, 70% almost in Highlands Fire District, finding this a trustworthy resource, which is interesting because they are approving these burns and have a pretty significant role to play in which days these fires occur, or these prescribed fires. So it seems like the public isn't making a connection between who all is involved in the decision-making behind the scenes. We did also ask folks what kinds of information they would like, and I'm just sharing parks here, but it was very, very similar to for Highlands, so I've just condensed it with one survey here. Folks were really interested in a website or an app that indicates when air quality is unhealthy, and we actually have a huge number of those available already. Only 16% said they had access to this. So this, to me, indicates we really need to not reinvent the wheel and create new sources, but share what's out there, whether it's the EPA website, whether it's the DEQ website, which has some great new kind of forecasting strategies there. So there's a lot of interest in different kinds of materials. Same with education, household assessments, and then you can see open houses and opportunities to ask questions. People really want to have an interaction with the people making decisions behind prescribed fire and fire management. And so I would say a lot of this might come down to, if we have a plan for prescribed fires in a season, having an open house to talk about what we plan for the year, recognizing that that might not be exactly what happens with weather conditions, the snow season, all of those kinds of things. But there is a lot of interest in hearing what we have planned. The last one on this slide a text or email messaging alert system that would let folks know when air quality is going to decline. That had a lot of interest, and people pointed to the museum fire, post-fire flood text alerts as a mechanism they really liked. But the feasibility of that, I think, would be the key to explore if we went that route. So the takeaways from this study, and this is a combination of the survey and the interview research, we actually have a quite high tolerance for smoke in the greater Flagstaff area. I'd say it might differ a little bit in the city, but probably not too much, because some of the responses we were seeing to basic questions about that kind of ecological literacy Melanie mentioned were very similar to the folks in Flagstaff. So we've got that high tolerance. And the questions are not really around, well, why prescribe fire or why is there smoke in the air, but what specifically are you doing and how does that benefit me? What is the strategy you're using and why? There are a lot of shifting populations right now. We have a good amount of turnover, new folks coming in, an increased population, and those folks who are arriving in this area now have a far greater trust in government entities and support for forest management than maybe some folks who are more out in the periphery or have been here a little bit longer but are uncertain. There is a widespread interest in learning more about smoke, whether that's a social media campaign, just more information being made accessible, links to these existing sources. And the last point I'll make here is that we're starting to see that the types of adaptation we encourage communities to take need to align with their identity. So in parks, people really pride themselves on being individualistic. They like to be left alone a little bit. So HEPA air filters really appealed to them as a way that didn't disrupt their day-to-day goings on. We might see that in places like Flagstaff and Highlands Fire District. They're a little bit more interested in clean air spaces because they like coming together as a community in different ways. So I will round out this presentation, and these are really high-level summary and recommendations. But to put this in the context of where this kind of research body is going, Flagstaff is a leader in the Southwest in this kind of research because NAU's been here, ERI has been here for a long time. The majority of research that's happened around social acceptance of fire, fuel, treatments, all of that kind of stuff, it's focused in Flagstaff. So not just in the Southwest, but nationwide, we're kind of paving the way for understanding how people behave and support these kinds of activities. But we also are positioned to be leaders in a few additional things: diversity of communication and populations, smoke, and then post-fire flooding. Some of the research that's being published right now in this area is some of the first in the US. So we're really pushing forward, and a lot of the research we shared today kind of highlights some of the really positive outcomes we have here. There's definitely been a shift towards landscape level or big picture research. You know, what are people doing across an entire national forest or across something like Forfry in the last decade or so? But there's still absolutely a need for these localized studies. And I think some of the research we shared here today really illuminates the value of hearing from people on the ground rather than just higher up folks. So these are our recommendations that we've pulled together. If we're going to evaluate the full costs of a wildfire, you want to wait at least 3 to 5 years to really start to see that accumulation of costs, a little more so than you would a year out. We want to recommend emphasizing the connection or exploring that connection between pre-fire preparation and mental health, just thinking about how long these impacts can last. What resources do we need on the ground on day one versus maybe a year down the road? Could be different, but still very important to select groups. From the museum fire study and the Schultz fire study, we still saw that drop off in insurance renewal around the 2-year mark. So that seems like a really critical time frame to re-up communication. If people are thinking about dropping it, that 2-year mark is when we might roll things out and say, hey, the risk is still here, or you should really think about renewing, it's not over yet. We definitely see a need to engage residents in more nuanced discussions. We kind of talk about it as they're educated now. What folks understand the role of fire. Now they want more detail, and they're pretty hungry for that. And that's a great opportunity to build a stronger alliance with the public in Flagstaff. They're definitely ready for that level of information for the most part. And that comes with explanations about why a managed fire here versus prescribed fire, why treating this area versus this area, really getting into the behind the scenes of the decision rationale behind what we're doing. There are definitely some disconnects that our surveys are pulling out in terms of short-term impacts versus long-term benefits. There's not as consistent agreement on smoke presence, but there is a lot of support for prescribed fire, so kind of connecting the dots on those two and telling that story is going to be important. And then lastly, as we keep having this turnover in the area, education is kind of a long-term goal, and we're going to be re-upping it all the time as new people come in, but there's definitely tiers to it. So we've got these new folks coming in, but we've also got these long-timers who really get it and want to see the details. So having a suite of different ways to communicate with folks that get to that variation in knowledge and that growth of knowledge we have in Flagstaff, that's fantastic and really unique. We can absolutely steer into that and continue to be an example for other areas in the Western U.S. All right.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of questions and comments. I will go to Councilmember Matthews first.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment, I'm sure you're aware, a couple of months ago, Senator Rogers, who's representative for the Flagstaff area, she called for a meeting with several agencies, AZD, FFM, AZDEQ, a bunch of different fire departments and stuff to talk about the control burns. They seem to have kind of overlapped, and it was, you know, all of us who have been here for a long time accept that, but this last year, there was a lot of complaints that she was getting from her constituents, so it was a really informative meeting. And we shared a lot of our concerns of maybe, you know, it was very interesting to learn, even at the last minute, they can cancel a control burn if, you know, weather changes, wind patterns pick up. And we shared a lot of suggestions that we'd like to see when they're testing air quality. It may not be in those valleys and canyons where all that smoke settles when it gets cold. And I felt it was really a productive meeting to share that as much science that they put behind it and the method that they did, it was a really rough year for all of us, even though, you know, those of us who expect it and accept it and welcome it because we know the good it's costing. So that was just really productive, and I'm hoping all the agencies involved. I know Neil wasn't able to join us because they called it kind of late. He wasn't just sitting around waiting for us. He was busy, but we communicated to him what the outcome was. But so even with the best science and research, sometimes there's improvement to be done. And definitely last year was a good example. Make a comment on that. I just wanted to clear that out.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think that points to two big things. One is kind of shedding light on the process is really helpful, I think, for folks understanding, oh, they said they were going to burn today, but they didn't. I think that's the next step in the kind of we're educated now. What we know that we need these fires, whether we like it or not. Now what's the story behind it? And then there's a little bit of research starting to come out on the placement of air quality sensors, and they definitely tend to be kind of in town Flagstaff and not maybe in rural areas or in other places. So it might look like there's no smoke health impacts, but there really are. So I think, not that this is the place to make a call for it, but that there are opportunities to install additional sensors that could help underserved populations, more rural areas, kind of get the data they need to make the right decisions on those days. And that is obviously a long-term goal. But
And I know Camp Verde also got hit pretty hard just because they're in that lower valley, and when the cool air came, they just really felt the impacts of it. Another question, the question that I had was with Museum Fire, if that's the one that you've done a lot of research and study on, I read an article a couple of years ago of California reporting their fires and how the impact to all the work that they've done for carbon neutrality set them back like 19 years because of the fires that they had. Is there a measurement of how much any one of those fires actually, you know, threw out in carbon emissions? And
That is an excellent question. I think it's a little beyond the scope of what we're studying here. We do know that it's a similar narrative with the proactive versus reactive, that catastrophic, large, uncharacteristic fires do indeed put out a lot of emissions, and prescribed fire and beneficial fire puts out significantly less emission. And so it just further sort of supports the need for this proactive work. Because indeed, those big wildfires put out a ton of smoke. I mean, I was in DC in June when Canada's fires were coming in there, and that was quite interesting to observe the effect that it had on the conversation. There are lots of studies that get at the very specific numbers. I can look for them if you're interested in seeing that, but I don't have that information off the top of my head.
That's fine. I was just curious. I've always said in my belief that our ponderosa pine forest, being the biggest carbon sink canopy, whatever the term is, that should be and is one of our biggest focuses, that we should steward that, because that is such a big deal. And just as a fun side note, I'm going to be like Jim McCarthy here. I learned last week in Mexico that humpback whales in their lifespan actually sequester as much carbon emissions as 15,000 trees. So we need more wells. We don't have them up here, so we just have to protect our forests, right?
Yes, and we do know that a healthy, restored ponderosa pine forest is doing its job to sequester carbon versus an overgrown, unhealthy forest, which isn't able to sequester as effectively.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of things. First of all, thank you so much for this presentation. Really interesting, and I didn't know that this kind of research was being done, so I'm happy to hear that. I'm going to date myself now. I grew up in the Midwest, and we used to have alarms that told us when the tornadoes were coming. So that's just food for thought about people who wanted folks to come to their door. It's not going to happen, but I don't know if that's even possible, but whatever. Take it for what it's worth. The other thing that I wanted to comment on is the research that you've done, the surveys. Have you thought about doing it in terms of through an equity lens, income and demographics? I don't know if you all looked at that.
And do you mean looking at a particular demographic group, or breaking down the findings that we have according to demographic information?
Both.
Yeah, so we do have a lot of the demographic information, and so if there's a line of inquiry related to sort of different socioeconomic groups or racial groups around how they communicate or how the communication needs or information needs, we can parse that information out of the existing data. And Kat may be able to speak to some of the analysis we already did around demographics.
Yeah, I was just going to add, we've been looking at some of this post-fire flood insurance data, and we're noticing there's definitely significant trends there, and minority groups not buying insurance as often, or feeling like it's less needed than other groups. So I think that definitely speaks to a need for maybe more bilingual literature, more targeted communication about the value of insurance, and recognizing that this might be a financial barrier. I think coming back to the recommendation on is there cost share mechanism, or is there another way to work with this? And some of that is not in our hands at the local level when it comes to insurance work, but there's definitely opportunities. If you look to fire, if you're in a Firewise community, you often get a discount on your insurance coverage. Is there something similar that could exist for post-fire flooding communities or flood communities? Starting to explore some kind of outside the box ideas, and I think Flagstaff is a great place to be kind of a testing ground for that when we have so much knowledge here about the forest.
Be really interested in that, because that in the area that I kind of work in, That's one of the primary things people say about insurance, is that I have to make decisions about whether or not I'm going to buy flood insurance or whether or not I'm going to do something else with my home or whatever. So
Absolutely.
that's really important. And so I would be very interested in seeing any of that data.
Oh,
that
yeah, I'd
you-
be happy to share some stuff
I know,
with you.
somebody asking for data, right? You know.
Well, the other thing that showed up in that is that renters really very rarely purchase it, and they're kind of at the mercy of their landlord if they're going to buy that coverage to cover that person or not. And in our data, we actually found that a lot of landlords do buy that, and that's great. That might not be the case in other places. But at least here, we seem to have a good agreement among folks renting out their properties that they're going to take care of the people in them. But that doesn't mean it's going to cover their contents or cover a hotel for them. I mean, the limits to that coverage are a bit uncertain with renters, I think.
And then the last thing that I would say, and maybe add to your recommendation, is that we make the assumption a lot of times that people are as technology adept as we are. Well, not me, because I'm not. You can ask anybody. But so when you talk about apps that are already out there, some folks don't know how to, even though I've got this fancy phone, do I know how to download an app? Do I know my Apple password or whatever it is that you need to get into it? So I think that not doing it yourselves or our staff, but maybe getting groups to do some of those basic educational pieces. Here's how you download the app, and actually working with folks to do that so that they have access to that information, because information is important and it's knowledge. But if I don't know how to use that fancy phone that my kids bought me, it doesn't do me any good. Okay?
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
in
so-
that park study, a lot of folks kind of going up north in parks do not have internet access, so they don't have reliable phone service. And what we saw there was folks really relied on Facebook and word of mouth. So that might be an invitation to encourage staff to be in these community Facebook groups that they can share there as a trusted resource, and get it out through those more informal networks that people tend to trust or go to a little bit more often than maybe the official Forest Service website or something like that. So absolutely, I appreciate that comment.
So thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Melanie, Nikki, and Kat, and also Neil back there. Appreciate all the work that went into putting this presentation together. Pretty familiar with the ERI and been following your work for several years. Keep up the great work and love to hear what's going on with you guys from time to time. This is more of a comment rather than a question or an observation, I guess, and feel free to comment on it or maybe correct my thinking if I'm wrong. But towards the beginning of the presentation, it was mentioned that the cost of prevention of a catastrophic fire is about 1/4 of the cost of dealing with the aftermath and the recovery from a fire. I would just put a finer point on that. I think we're getting more bang for our buck than the simple ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Because maybe we're not taking into account that by thinning a specific region, some of this will be compensatory, but you may be stopping more than one fire. You may be stopping more than one instance of a disruption to a community or a neighborhood or an area. And so this is the gift that keeps on giving. And that's just something I wanted to add to the equation. Please feel free to comment on it or correct it if that's not correct thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. That is indeed correct thinking. And as a matter of fact, we have a study under peer review at this very moment that will encompass that broader basket of benefits that come from forest restoration. And what I mean by that is reduction in risk to water supply, recreational use value, cultural value, even timber value that may exist, or some kind of a market value from the materials removed from the forest, as well as the reduction or avoided cost of catastrophic fire. And it's much greater than the example that we were able to glean from the Schultz study. What we were able to do with this forthcoming work is do a survey of research across the entire West. So it's called a systematic review. We look at a whole bunch of scientific studies and pull out findings. And for that, we can basically say that for every dollar invested in forest restoration, you get $7 of return on your investment. And so that work is coming out soon and is based on a much broader survey of information about all the different benefits that come from forest restoration. So yes, you are correct, and from a scientific perspective, we're working on refining how we say that.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for helping me put a finer point there.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys so much for this presentation. This is really important information. I want to circle back to the equity question, actually, that Councilmember Harris asked, and just talking about that in terms of the insurance recommendations. I think there is a known correlation between some of the historically marginalized neighborhoods and communities and the federally mapped flood areas. They tend to overlap a lot. And when you have that sort of overlap and look at the implications of that on flood insurance rates, and particularly the fact that so many in our area in particular are somewhat forced into choosing between either really, really high flood insurance rates or the National Flood Insurance Program, which is not much better in terms of the price if you are in a floodplain. I think that makes it so much more important to have that knowledge on, going back to your presentation, the slide with the recommendation of those grant programs or potentials for cost sharings. That's really why I asked that question. And so if there is known resources that you're aware of, I think that'll be really important information to help disseminate, because I know that's been a question that's come up a lot over the past couple of years from the community, is just being told that they either have to have flood insurance programs, or the recommendation even coming from us, make sure you get this insurance, and the response being, I can't afford it. Like, there's just no way. I think there have been major implications to property and liability insurance because of the wildfire increases that we've seen in the area, and that combined with the flood insurance program is just making it really untenable for people. So trying to figure out some of those solutions is, I think, something that we really need to be able to dive into and provide those recommendations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for returning us to this topic. In the Schultz Fire study, we found that insurance costs per year doubled in that 10-year time frame. So it's definitely becoming much, much harder to just afford on the kind of day-to-day for a regular person. And then I think, to your point, while we're looking for examples of programs, another thing that's kind of emerging from this is that people don't really know what the difference is between the federal insurance and the private. Maybe we just need some kind of fact sheet that details, there's strengths and weaknesses to both. What does that look like, and which one might be right for you? Some of this it's such a time crunch in a post-fire flood time frame. You don't move in knowing necessarily that you're in a flood risk area. Of how can you make the best, most informed decision with the very short time you might have. So I think this is kind of illuminating who gets hit by that really short time frame, and what kind of information or resources we might be able to supply. But definitely an area for more research, I think. And unfortunately, in these studies, we didn't ask, did they have federal or private insurance? And I think that's the next step for sure, and seeing, well, does one group buy one over the other, and what does that do when it comes to their payouts? To the mayor's question a little while ago, when we were asking people about their insurance costs and how much was uninsured or what that looked like, we asked people to estimate the cost of the damage and then what their insurance paid out, and it was usually about 50% of the cost. So people are about 50% underinsured in post-fire flood environments, and those costs do tend to accumulate for minority groups a little bit more than others. So there's definitely an issue with inequity there as well that I think plays into these places that can already be flood zones and who lives there.
I would just add one component to that too, and we didn't provide this information just because of lack of time for today, but in our museum fire research on the second survey in 2022, We were able to use flood risk modeling data from J.E. Fuller that has done some of the post-fire flooding analysis. And unlike the risk model the spatial representation of risk that we had in 2019, which was kind of a polygon around residents that might be at risk from flooding, this one was much more refined. I think they had improved their flood modeling process. And certain parcels were lit up for risk and others were not, even within the same neighborhood. And so it does also beg the question of getting information to people as to who needs to purchase insurance, and that becomes a much more difficult task, but one that people are working on doing because this can be very localized. The effects of post-fire flooding can be sort of localized and not contiguous, as it were. And so trying to identify what parcels are most at risk and not over creating a sense of risk for those parcels that may not need it, but they may even be on the same street. So that is a tricky narrative to communicate and something that I think we're all working on.
You have something. Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight and all of the information. I was at the meeting that was discussed on the smoke, and I'm sitting here thinking about how we can do a better job of educating our community on when the prescribed burns are going to happen, when we're going to have the smoke. But the part that I think maybe we need to add is why. Why do we have the smoke? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing the prescribed burns? And maybe adding short snippets in the communication to the community so that we all are on the same page as to why this is happening. It is, it's hard to have the smoke when we have finally a beautiful day in Flagstaff and I'm out on Lake Mary trying to do a run and boom, I have smoke everywhere and fires on the side of the road. So I think if we all understand it better, we would be more compassionate as to why it's happening. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of the challenges with this come with often we hear from a vocal minority when it comes to smoke, but that's for a reason. They have pre-existing health conditions, or there is someone in their house who has a respiratory illness, things like that. And I think the next step in this pathway is to really build that community so that we can be the most proactive, or maybe a little bit more. There might be something coming up in the next week if the conditions are right. Really steering into that uncertainty when when we're trying to make decisions about these and why it may or may not happen. But I think thinking about those, again, underrepresented groups in these conversations, but maybe for different reasons, disability related, for example, that we can really communicate that uncertainty and then create that window of, okay, it could happen, don't be mad if it doesn't happen, but we just want to let you know. To kind of build that education, I think having it be more of a conversation with those groups who really are heavily affected rather than just like you were going to have a fun day out kind of difference. It's two different types of communication, but both equally valid, and I really appreciate your point on that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add real quick, we are wrapping up this week a proposal to a foundation, private foundation, that will be a whole new partner. We're really excited about this new opportunity, and the majority of this request is for funding to increase our communications and outreach strategies around exactly what we're talking about. So we'll have an update very soon on that. Thank you.
You should stay there, Neil, because I have a couple of questions, but one thing I was thinking as we were going through the presentation is, do realtors give out information when they're working with new clients, or apartment communities? One of the bullet points was to continue educating new residents, and I know we don't have unlimited funding for this information, but I'm just wondering if we do anything like that.
To my knowledge, I don't think so, but although there might be something Airbnb related coming up.
I'm not aware of that. I've bought one house in my life and we didn't use a realtor, so I don't know. But we also are working with some folks to develop some comm strategies for short-term rentals, both to owners and renters. I know there's some emerging policy in different states where they're now mandating disclosures of wildfire risk at time of purchase. I think California has a program like that coming together. So we're not there yet, but I think that's certainly something that we should be putting into our list of things to work with.
Thank you.
And just anecdotally, some of these interviews in parks, people were telling us that realtors had told them the air quality was never bad in parks, and that was a selling point, only for folks to move into the area and then find out that's not the case. But then in other research we've done, interviewing Flagstaff residents, folks who've only been here maybe a month or two who were willing to participate in these projects go, well, I don't really understand prescribed fire, but my neighbor said it does da-da-da, so I'm on board. So it definitely seems to be a culture that's building, whether realtors are part of that conversation or not. There's something to be done with living in Flagstaff, and the identity of that is embracing the forest management strategies we have.
You'll see that on social media too. If someone complains about smoke, you'll see a bunch of people jump on and have something to say about that. So one thing that I'm taking away from this is that perhaps it would be beneficial for us to have one place for all fire and flood information. And I think sometimes residents don't always see the difference between the city or the county, and we have some flood risk in the county, some in the city. And I think that both entities do a great job with the information on fire and flood. But it was just, I'm wondering if you see that as well from the data and from talking to people.
That is a great point. And a year or two ago, you're going to have to remind me of the link for this. There was some funding given to the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership to create Cocoa Wildfire, and I think it's .org. And that, yeah, so that's a repository for kind of non-changing information on like what do you do on your property, where to go for this information. But I think for the post-fire flood work, we were really seeing that, exactly to your point, people couldn't tell if it was a person from the city or the county who showed up to their property. So one of the recommendations we have in the longer report for this is maybe kind of a team that comes together in these situations that's interagency representation from city, county, state, whoever needs to be involved. That kind of finalizes a messaging that they're all going to go out with because folks maybe aren't going to be able to tell the difference on the ground. Let's make sure we're saying the same thing. I would say that there probably is a space for kind of up-to-date information on current events to be in one place, though. I don't know if you have thoughts.
That's a lot more of kind of the emergency manager realm, but I believe, we always encourage everybody to get immediate information, make sure they sign up for the Coconino County Alert System. And, beyond that, I think we would really have to bring in SBK and drag her back in here and kind of from the emergency management in the county as well, from their perspective on those sort of notification strategies.
All right, thank you. I don't see any additional questions or comments, so thank you so much for the presentation.
Yes, thank you very much for your time. And this QR code will take you to a website with all of the studies. We also create fact sheets, so they're a 2-page synthesis of a single study, as well as the briefing paper, which compiles the information from all of these into a 1-page document that I think was provided to you beforehand. But if you want any of these materials, they're available, and I've written down a list of follow-ups as well.
So is the information on the demographic on this?
Yes, but we could help point you to where to look for that because there's a lot of information there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we do have one more item before public participation, but because we have a public participant who wanted to finish her statement and who is still in the audience, I'd like to reorder if council is okay and take public participation now. So that would be Sarai. If you would like to come up and address us, and if there's anyone else in the audience who wanted to say something during public participation or anyone online. We're going to take it now, and then we'll move into our next item. So you have 3 minutes. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll try. Thank you for calling me back up here. First and foremost, I'd like to say is that thank you for those that are at least, our Mother Earth is taking care of suffocations and disaster. I thank them for that. As I said that, I was listening to those two ladies that were talking about, about the harassment from the police. That's what I'm dealing with. And almost 2 years now that I've been dealing with people making, living in the midst of people making meth in the apartment. I have tried everything I could, to bring it to the attention to, that I thought, that people would be responsible for, but nothing happened out of it. Finally, this year, from 2023, for 11 months, I dealt with it. And then finally, in December, this past December, I decided that I'm not going to stay in my motel. I'm not going to stay in my apartment. So what I did is that me and my cat, we spent our night at FMC. We motel's lobby. And then when I had, my retirement, we, rented rooms. And finally, towards the end of December, I was able to get another apartment and thinking that I'm out of it. But I'm still dealing with another apartment who live on top of me, the second floor, and I'm dealing with the same thing again. And I tried to, bring it to the officers' attention, but I became a laughingstock among them. They started crazing me. They started calling me a delusional and, crazy. Because, elderly women tend to take a lot of medications and they suffer, certain illness. That's the reason why, I'm delusional and crazy, to them. And I actually had an officer, I was talking to another officer on the phone, and I actually had someone in the background, said that about me. And I told him, I says, I know that voice. I said, I may be 72 years old, but I've never had any health problems. And I'm not taking any type of medication. What I am experiencing and, smelling is meth. And I've been, I've had that smell, experience of that smell before, I said. So I'm not delusional, and I want to talk to your superior. But he ended up saying, says, ma'am, I want to help you. And I said, no. And that's when I talked to Sergeant Thompson about this. And the person in the background, he knew that person. So I'm going through that, and I was listening to those two ladies, trying to find an apartment. Why can't they be there? Why can't they have the apartment? Instead of, they're out, and there's a lot of good homeless people out there. They need apartments. And I am tired of being called delusional, and just because I'm an elderly woman. I have never been in trouble with the law. I've always respected the law. One of my sons was a security officer. So that's the reason why I respect it. I never, ever had problems with the law.
So,
And I leave that at your table now.
thank you. And staff, can we get contact information for Antonucci?
Yeah, Antonucci Allen.
Antonucci Allen, for Soraya Antonucci Allen, can we get some contact information? Thank you. So staff will be contacting you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any online public comment. There are no other cards. So let's move on to item number 9. Introduction to water, wastewater, and reclaimed water rate design.
Yeah, Mayor, there is a request if we could
Oh.
take a quick break.
I did not see that. Sure. Let's take a 10-minute break. All right, let's get back to it. So, let's have this water, wastewater, and reclaimed water rate design presentation. from someone.
Mayor and members of council, this is Carol Molesky. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, so, thank you, Carol. I didn't see you, and staff didn't look like they were coming up to give a presentation, so I wasn't sure what was happening.
I noticed that too, so I thought I'd jump in. I didn't mean to shock or scare you. But good afternoon, and it's nice to see everyone again, and I hope the weather is better tonight and that we can get through this discussion. Tonight, we are going to be focusing on the introduction to rate design, and we'll go over a few key points. First, what is rate design? We'll dig into what does that mean and how does it fit within the rate study. We're going to talk about your current rate structures. I've shown you these before in the past, and you're familiar with a lot of them, so we'll just dig into those a little further. We'll also talk about customer usage trends and how that is influenced by rate structures and how we can influence them in turn. And then finally, we will have discussion and ask for your guidance on objectives. We're going to be talking about water services objectives for rate design, your objectives, and this Thursday, we're going to be asking the Water Commission for their objectives. Once again, I always like to start with this circle of the rate study task. You've seen this many times, and guess what? We're moving further along the circle. We are now in task 4, discussing rate design. So what is rate design? Rate design is actually a process where we establish and develop alternatives and recommendations for adjustments to your current rate structures. So water, reclaimed water, and wastewater rate structures. This process involves a few tasks. The first is to look at your current rates and your current rate structures and diagnose how well they are achieving your objectives. Then we develop different rate structures and present those to you. Along those lines, we will develop the charges, so the fixed charges or base charges, and the usage rates that go along with those rate structures for your review. And finally, we calculate customer impacts. That is one of our key objectives too, is to look at how a different rate structure or the current rate structure will impact your customers. We do this rate design phase or this task to look at your existing rate structures and make sure that they are achieving what you hope to accomplish through the rates, or if they need to be tweaked. We compare the adjustments with the goals of this rate study, as I mentioned, and we want to make sure that there's a clear path for any changes you might want to consider in the future. Finally, we look at the customer impacts, as I mentioned. We want to understand how customers who use your services might be impacted. This chart is just a little bit of an example of what you'll see in the future. These are not your rates or your rate structure, but it just helps us look at what you have versus what the proposed rates and rate structures will be. A new graphic that I'd like to discuss is taking the whole picture of the rate study and the rate study process. The rate study helps us answer 3 questions. First, how much revenue do we need to collect from our customers to keep our systems operational? Secondly, from whom do we need to collect these revenues? So that looks at the customers that you serve. And then finally, how do we collect the revenues from our customers? That's where we're going to focus today. But first, that how much question is answered in that financial planning phase that we went through in the fall. That's where we look at your operations and maintenance costs for water, reclaimed water, and wastewater. We look at the debt service or those outstanding payments from borrowing, and we look at the capital projects that are planned and how much they cost. We've balanced all of these costs with your financial policies and targets, such as minimum fund balances and other targets. You gave us direction for a rate plan in the financial planning phase for funding the full CIP or capital improvement program back in October. The second question, from whom do we collect the revenue that we need? That is answered in that cost of service or cost of service allocations task and phase. That's what we have been doing over the last few months. It identifies how those annual costs are incurred across your system, and it determines how your customers and your different classes of customers, such as residential, commercial, industrial, etc., how those customers use your systems and cause the costs in your systems. Part of that, and part of that phase are future costs or growth-related costs. So that was that whole capacity fee discussion we have been talking about over the last month or so, and that direction that you gave us on the capacity fees for new connections from last week. So lots of steps up to this point. Today, we're going to introduce you to this rate design phase and how we connect the objectives that you have for your customers and for your rates to rate structure alternatives. Stantec then takes those rate structure alternatives, develops the rates, and comes back to you for direction. Rates not only accomplish your objectives for how you want to influence customers, but it also provides a price signal or a communication to your customers about the value of your water service and the cost of serving them. When we look at rate design and we focus in on strategies for recovering costs from your customers or recovering those revenues for water, reclaimed water, and wastewater, we might look at some strategy examples from past rate studies. We've talked about this quite a few months ago, but some of the goals for water rate design could be to explore how much revenue you collect from your base or fixed charges versus the volume or the unit charges. We could investigate tiered commercial rates. Right now, and as we'll see, and you probably know, your commercial rates are just a uniform rate across those customers. We might investigate seasonal rates. So those would be rates that would change during the peak season. And we also could look at simplifying your rate schedule by perhaps consolidating or look at other approaches for some of your customer classes. On the wastewater side, wastewater, I think, is a little more straightforward, but we still know that you have quite a few different wastewater rates by specific customer classes or customer types. So you might want to look at grouping customer classes together based on the loadings. Remember, we talked about loadings or the solids. It's often called the strength of their wastewater flow. So you might want to group similar customer types together and simplify your rate structure. We might want to consider monthly base charges for wastewater. Right now, that's strictly on a volume basis for wastewater. And then, as I mentioned, simplifying the non-residential rates might be one of your strategies. We'll come back to these in the end after we pick your brains on your objectives. And then, of course, estimating your bill impacts. I go back to that continually because we want to look at the impact on your customers for these different types of strategies. This next slide has some interesting graphics for you to consider. These graphics represent traditional water rate designs in the industry. So you'll find across the United States and even in the state of Arizona, you'll find different water rate designs that accomplish the community's objectives. This first unimpressive graphic is actually a flat rate type of a rate structure, a rate design. This is the same price per month for any user. So it's pretty easy, pretty straightforward, but it's just a rate per month for each user. Another type of rate design would be called a uniform rate. And this rate design that we're showing is by customer class. So the price per unit is on the y-axis. The x-axis here is the consumption in units. So what this graphic tells us is that for residential customers, there is one price for every unit of water used. So the price doesn't vary based on how much water is used, but this customer class would pay a rate per volume of water used. The same is true for commercial and industrial. They're just a little bit higher for their usage. This is just an example. Another type of rate design is a seasonal rate design. These are very simple graphics, so they could be more complicated, but this, again, we're looking at the price per unit on this axis and the consumption in units in this axis. But instead of for a rate that differs based on how much water you use, the rate is higher for usage in a summer period. So if you're using more water in the summer, then you have a higher rate for that unit of use. Two more graphics here. The graphic in this lower left-hand corner is often called an inclining block or an inclining tier. This is similar to what you charge your residential customers for water use. As consumption in units increases during a month, the rate per unit goes up. So these thresholds at which the unit rate increases are set for your residential customers. This last rate design is probably one of the more individualized rate designs out there for water, and it's called a water budget-based rate. Many communities in California and a few in Colorado have these types of rate structures where each customer has its own inclining block or inclining tier structure. So it is based on their individual water use requirements. So the first block could cover indoor water usage, second block could cover outdoor water usage, and third could be excess use. So and these can be very complicated, just 3 tiers, or they can have more tiers. This type of rate design is very data intensive, and it's a little bit more difficult to implement. But those are the kinds of things that we'll talk about with these rate designs in a few minutes. We have a similar graphic for wastewater rate designs. As I said, wastewater is a little more straightforward. There's not a lot of variation for these types of rate designs. Again, the simplest rate design is just a flat rate per month. So it's simply a dollar amount per month that each customer pays and receives their wastewater treatment. The other two approaches that are common for wastewater rates are called the surcharged rate and the quality quantity rate. The surcharge rate looks very similar to the flat rate, except for there is a volume price per unit of usage. That volume price is set to be covering the costs of normal domestic strength waste. So this is a typical residential usage and discharge into the system. We can assume a certain strength of wastewater. Wastewater, again, in strengths and loadings are in your system are called biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, and total suspended solids, or TSS. So that measure of normal residential or domestic strength is applied to everyone in this surcharge rate structure. However, if you are an industrial user and you discharge waste that is greater than a certain threshold or that greater than that normal domestic strength, a surcharge is applied to that extra waste. And it's a surcharge per pound of waste. Wastewater strengths are measured in milligrams per liter, so you'll hear me talking about that a little bit later. That last rate design for wastewater, called quality quantity, looks similar to the uniform rate for the water side, but instead of the rates being set just based on usage, these rates are set based on the quality of wastewater or strength of wastewater discharged into the system. So the rate for residential, commercial, and industrial customers are set according to their quality or strength of waste. You actually have a combination of these two rate designs in your current wastewater rates. Before I move on to the next section, do you have any questions about these rate designs?
Any questions, Council? Councilmember Matthews.
Harold, and you halfway answered it with your last comment, but is our current water rate structure similar to the uniform rate by class?
It's a combination of the uniform rate by class and the inclining block or inclining tier. You have this rate design for your residential customers, and you have this rate designed for the remaining customers.
And then the wastewater is a combination of surcharge and quality quantity?
Correct.
And how do we, Shannon, how do we determine the quality of their waste? Like, we don't get it till we get it at the plant, right?
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, there are samples that are collected, so a lot for like our industrial use, that's been predetermined, so they're actually sampling at the site in Rendon.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
Thank you. We'll go on to the next section is what are our current rate structures? You've seen these charts before, and I'll just talk through them very quickly, but you'll see them again. We're going to be looking at them a lot tonight. Your water rate design or water rate structure is a two-part structure. So you have that monthly fixed charge, often called base charges, that are charged to your customers regardless of water used. It's a monthly base charge that varies by meter size. You also have inside city rates and outside city rates. We had that discussion about some communities that are outside the city that pay a multiplier of that inside city rate. However, your 3/4 inch meter is a typical meter size for residential customers, and these customers will pay are paying $16.64 a month on a regular basis. The second element of your water rates is the volume or unit costs. For potable water, you have that inclining tier for single family. So here's the tier structure is a rate per unit of water use, so per 1,000 gallons, that is $3.44 for the first tier. So that's from usage of 0 up to 3,500 gallons a month. If that customer uses greater than 3,500 gallons a month up to 6,200 gallons, they'll pay $4.45 for those units. The third tier goes from 6,201 to 11,500 gallons, and that's at a rate of $6.86 per 1,000 gallons. And then anything over 11,500 gallons, so your highest water users would pay $13.72 per 1,000 gallons over the 11,500 gallons. That's what that inclining block or inclining tier structure looks like. Then those uniform rates for the other classes follow. The multifamily units pay $4.42 per 1,000 gallons for any water used. And then you see the commercial and schools pay $4.69 and so on. Standpipe customers or those water stations, potable water stations pay the highest rate for that potable water. So it's $10.19 per 1,000 gallons. Remember that we are not considering the water energy rate and the water resource protection fee here in our rate study. Those will come back later in a total bill calculation, but those are outside this rate study.
Excuse me, we have a question from Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding the monthly fixed charge graph here is current, what we're currently charging?
Correct.
Okay, and then the water rates down below, is that what we're currently charging?
That's correct.
Okay, it's not what they would be charging. And then my other question is, on the single-family residence, do we know, have we broke it down on average, like a family of 4, a family of 6, a family of 2? Like, what is their average usage? Or is that a statistic that we can even pull because everybody showers differently?
Mayor and Councilmember Matthews, we could estimate what that might be given some statistics on gallons per capita water use. But the information on people per individual customer households in the city is not something that, at least we as Stantec don't track that.
So another way to look at it would be, do we know how many users in the single-family resident customer base, like is the biggest percentage tier 2, just overall, or?
To answer your question, we have a slide a little bit later, but the biggest percentage is actually in tier 1.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a question, probably for staff. Do we know how many out-of-city water customers we have?
Mayor, we don't have that number. I don't know if Stantec has it, but we can definitely get that number and get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go on to the next rate schedule, which is the reclaimed water rate schedule. This should look a little familiar because it mirrors the water rate schedule, and for good reason. Your reclaimed water rates are set to be a percentage of your potable water rates. Reclaimed water customers, though it's not shown here, pay the same monthly fixed charges by meter size as potable water. So if you have a 3/4 inch reclaimed water connection, you are paying $16.64 per month for that service. However, if you are a private residential account with a reclaimed water connection, those same tiers are priced at a lesser percentage. It's not 100% of the potable water rate. It varies across the tiers and across the customer classes, but based on the city code, you have set these reclaimed water rates to be a percentage of the potable water rates. So you'll see that these are lower than the potable water rates. On the sewer side or wastewater side, you'll also notice another difference. There is no base charge or fixed monthly charge for sewer customers. All your sewer customers pay a uniform volume rate per 1,000 gallons of wastewater. And you'll notice that residential for single family, multifamily are grouped into this row and pay $5.35 per 1,000 gallons. That's because they're assumed to have that normal domestic strength waste. Your non-residential customers are grouped according to the type of customer that they are. So whether it's a car wash, a laundromat, a commercial customer, which is a wide group, restaurants, etc., each of these customers is assumed to have a certain strength of wastewater discharging to the system, so they have a different rate. There is an asterisk for this single family type of customer because water usage is typically used to calculate wastewater flows because wastewater flow meters are not typical, be a little gross, but for larger industrial users, there are a few flow meters out there. But for residential usage, the estimated wastewater discharge is based on your winter quarter average water usage. So that's all your usage billed in the winter months, December through March. That's a proxy for how much wastewater is getting returned to the system. So in the summer months, we're assuming that much of the water use is outdoor use. So that's why residential sewer flows are based on winter water usage. Your non-residential customers and multifamily customers are billed wastewater according to their water meter readings. Some of your customers have special agreements with the city so that it's not, for example, if you had a soft drink bottling corporation, that water use would be used in their product. So some of these larger users have agreements so that their flow is measured differently. The second part of this table are those surcharge rates for higher than domestic strength waste. You currently have surcharges for that biochemical oxygen demand, BOD, and total suspended solids, or TSS, that's over the residential amount. So it's a price, it's additional cost that these customers pay you. There are even higher surcharge rates for a double or triple the amount for highest usage. This is one of the components of your rate schedule that is unusual for the industry.
Excuse me.
Next, I'd like,
Excuse me, Councilmember McCarthy has a question.
Well, thank you, Mayor. This method that we currently use of measuring the wastewater during the winter, or the measuring the clean water, the drinking water in the winter, and assuming, you know, that's more related to how much goes down the toilet or the sink, actually makes a lot of sense if there's a person living there all year long. But if someone has a place, maybe they live in Phoenix, and they just come up here in the summer, and they're not here in the winter, it would seem that they're getting off at scot-free on their sewer expense, because you say they weren't here in December, January, February, and March, then their flow would be zero. And yet they would be here in the summer and using our sewage system all through the summer. So I think that's a little bit of a discrepancy that we can come back to later. Could you go back one more slide? I have an unrelated question. I was involved last time we set water rates, which is what, 10 years ago? I was on the Water Commission. And I distinctly remember that the Water Commission and Council were going to charge a higher rate than what's shown here for golf courses, but there was some heavy lobbying of the City Council, and they got their rate reduced. But the analysis of the Water Commission and our consultant and the council at the time was that $1.81 should be higher than that. So just a little historical footnote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy, would you like me to respond to the comment about those users that for wastewater rates that are not present in the winter?
Yes, please.
Customer service let me know that for those types of accounts, it is assumed that their average winter water usage is 500 gallons per month. So they do pay a minimum for that, for the months that they may not be here. So for the year, their annual wastewater flow is based on that 500 gallons per month minimum.
I appreciate that. I wasn't aware of that.
Do you have any comment as to Councilmember McCarthy's statement about the golf courses and the fee? Not in terms of what happened last time, but just in terms of what you see working with various communities and water rates associated with golf courses?
Mayor, I do. And when we have worked in the past with some communities that have golf courses, and with any water rate study, we look at usage patterns and usage trends. And typically this is labeled off-peak. If there isn't a contract for the rate, if we look at off-peak service, the customers are usually filling ponds or taking water not during peak periods of usage. So that's a little more challenging, but that is one thing we are looking at. We're looking at the peak usage patterns of all of your customer classes, but we're also looking at the current code for what is established for setting the reclaimed water rates. And I do have the code handy. And for these off-peak Tier 1 customers, it says that these customer rates shall be set at 87% of the commercial reclaimed water rate. So that is in your code, and that would be something to consider, that percentage is laid out in the code.
Councilmember McCarthy?
I note that our wastewater charges are based solely on volumes. And that's completely contrary to the philosophy we use on potable water. In other words, we charge a fee to maintain the pipes and everything, use no water or whatever. So I kind of question if that is rational. It might make sense to structure the wastewater charges in a way similar to the potable water and have a base fee, because we have to maintain those sewer lines every day of the year, even if they never get used. So just a thought to keep in mind as we talk through this today or later. Thank you.
And thank you. That's exactly what we'll be asking you to tell us. Right. Our next section that we are going to review is direction from October regarding the future. So for the next 5 years, that's the subject of this rate study. What are we looking at for needs from operations and maintenance expenses, from your base budget, your debt service forecast, and the full capital improvement program projects that will satisfy your basic needs, your renewal and replacement projects, and those projects identified from your master plans. This is an excerpt from one of the slides that we discussed back in October, and it represents the forecast of rate increases under that full funding of your CIP scenario. So that would be a 15% increase in each of these 5 years on the water side. If we were to take this direction and not change your rate structures or your rate design at all for wastewater, that we were just to apply this increase across the board to your current water rates, we arrive at this table. These are a lot of numbers. Essentially, we took your existing 2024 rates, or fiscal year 2024, what's being charged today. There's that $16.64 base charge for a 3/4 inch meter. And we apply a 15% increase to that charge. We apply that each year so that by the end of these 5 years of rates, that change, this doesn't include the 2024 amount though, that change is an additional $14.33 a month that would be applied to a customer's monthly bill.
Carol, can I, my apologies. Councilmember McCarthy has a question about your previous slide.
Yeah, Mayor, you said I had. That's correct. She already answered it. Oh. So had, past tense. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Councilmember Matthews has a question.
So on that last slide that Councilmember McCarthy was referencing, and maybe you said it and I was trying to toggle over to this presentation because what was in the agenda packet had different percentages. So if you said it and I missed it, I apologize. On this full CIP option, the 15% increase in what we need in revenues equates to, is the next slide showing the dollars that 15% represents, or how do we know what that is?
It is. If you were to keep your rate structure the same and not change anything regarding your base charge structure or design or your rate for the volume, we just applied that 15% increase to every one of these rates. So $16.64 with the 15% increase next in fiscal year 25 would be $19.14. And then the same applies for the unit rates, the volume rates. So for this tiered rate structure, a user who's in that tier 1 right now paying $3.44 per thousand would pay $3.96 per thousand. That's the 15% increase. It's just applied for every one of these rates that you currently charge.
Thank you.
The math works out to be that if you need that 15% increase in revenue in fiscal year 2025, all things being equal, we apply that 15%, and this would be the rates that would result. We wanted to show that each year so that you could see over the 5 years of the plan where that would end up. And we do this process for reclaimed water and wastewater. The reclaimed water direction from October was the actual same percentages as wastewater, assuming that you still want to go with or follow the code in terms of applying that percentage of potable water rates when you're setting your reclaimed water rates. So assuming those same percentages that the reclaimed water rates represent, we would increase those by 15% as well. I want to make a comment here that even though it says the full capital improvement program alternative with this funding, what happens on the reclaimed water side, and this was quite a few months ago, so it might be fuzzy, but the full capital improvement program costs for reclaimed water would not be able to be funded under this scenario. Your operations and maintenance expenses would be covered for the reclaimed water system, but that capital improvement program would have to be scaled back in order to stay within that code's limits of what your reclaimed water rates could be. We followed that same process for reclaimed water. And again, the base charges or the fixed monthly charges would look the same as in the water rate structure. And then here for reclaimed, again, we applied 15%. We did not address any of these levels of the fees. We just said, let's keep the same rate structure. Let's add 15% each year.
Carol, sorry.
wait, yes.
Can you go back to the other slide? So I'm not seeing a different tier for outside of city limits on this slide.
Mayor, that's correct. In order to fit everything on this slide and not include too much information, we just kept inside city. And I think we did that for here too. Correct. Yeah. We did not include the outside city rates, but since the outside city rates are a function and a multiplier of inside city, you would get a similar schedule. Any other questions before I move on to wastewater?
I don't see any.
Following the same process, if we're looking at the direction from the fall, the full capital improvement program funding level for wastewater would result in 2 years of 25% increases, and then dropping down to 15%, 10% in 2028, and then the last year in this plan would be a 5% increase. We had to suggest some reorganization or deferral of some of your capital improvement projects for wastewater in order to keep this type of a forecast. And we suggested with this scenario, there would be more financing with debt or more borrowing in this scenario. But given this scenario, the sewer rate schedule, again, no change in the rate structure itself, just with a 25% increase applied for 2025 and 2026, and then the remaining increases applied. You'll see how a $5.35 per 1,000 gallons charged for residential customers changes over time. And we apply those same percentage increases. And again, this is the same rate structure. Now, this is not to say that this is what will be the end result, because when we go forward, we know that there are different alternatives, and Councilmember McCarthy also already mentioned having a base charge for wastewater, a potential review of a base charge. If you collect revenue from a different rate element in your rate design, then you could collect less from the other element. You know, our total amount of revenue that we need is the same. It's just how you collect it is accomplished through that rate design process. Before we talk about alternative ways to do this, we thought you might be interested in going back to a municipal services bill and looking at these two examples. You might remember these sample materials that your water services team put together. On the left is a commercial bill, and this is for a hypothetical customer using 51,750 gallons in a month. All of these elements appear on a customer's municipal bill. We are only looking at water and wastewater charges. These don't have reclaimed service. So we're just looking at water and wastewater. The same thing applies for the single family residential bill. And this particular customer uses a little over 4,500 gallons a month. So these bills were taken and broken down into each of the components. We'll look at residential first. So if we're looking at a customer, that a typical residential customer using 4,550 gallons in a month, we know that they pay several components on that municipal utility services bill. So these in yellow are the ones we're talking about today in the rate study. The other shades of gray are other fees and charges that are on a bill, but we wanted to include them so that you could see a total bill. Another caveat here is this is simply adding that increase that we talked about without changing the rate structure. Here is our usage in gallons that is used to calculate the bill. Fiscal year 20, our current fiscal year 2024 has the different rates per unit. And then we look at the total dollars that appear on the bill. If you match these dollars against that sample utility bill, they should match. So that in total, today, a customer using little over 4,500 gallons a month of water will pay for its total bill $101.90. We're labeling this first approach with no change to the current rate structure as alternative one. And don't worry, we don't have any other alternatives tonight, just this one. And for the proposed change in the bill, if you're adding those increases that we talked about a few minutes ago, for the next fiscal year, we're looking at a total bill of $112.87. So in the first year of this rate study, if we just applied across the board increases, it's about a just shy of $11 increase in a monthly bill for this type of customer. Fast forward to 2029, we're projecting these yellow items. Now the energy surcharge, these other, some of these fees will stay the same, but some of them might change. We tried to project what they might be. Like the stormwater fee we know is on a schedule. We know that the state and local taxes are affected by the total bill. What we're showing though is projecting a draft estimate of this same bill in 2029 of $150.19. So that is about $48 increase from what they're paying today. So in 5 years, that same bill would go up by $48. Do you have any questions on this? There's a lot of information on this.
No. Thank you.
We show the same example for commercial customers. So in this commercial customer, and I do not believe your bill, or excuse me, your packets had this full example, so we can make sure that you get the full example. But on a commercial side, when you have a customer using 51,750 gallons of water a month, their total bill today would be $994.92. Given those projections that we just showed you, a bill in 2025 would be about $128 higher a month. And then that same bill in 2029 would be about just about $660 higher, but that's after 5 years. So in review, we just looked at how a customer's bill would be projected to change if you did nothing to their rate structure. So water and wastewater structures stay the same. We'd like to take a look then at this current rate structure, or these current rate structures. Have they affected customer usage trends over time? Or what kind of observations can we make when we look at usage over time? I'd like to ask Erin to come up and speak to some of the water usage trends that she's noticed.
Thank you, Carol. So we've seen this graph several times in the past. We're showing the rise in population over time, looks like from 1980, in purple from left to right. And from left to right, the blue line is our gallons per capita, so our total population, and the water use spread across the total population. And an overall decline since 1990. And until 1990, we had one rate for, I don't know if it was, I think it was a volumetric rate coming into 1990, but commercial, residential, everyone paid the same. And with the increasing water per capita coming into 1990, council actually adopted a tiered rate for residential. That was the first kind of rate design that I'm aware of around that time, rate design change. That coupled with a toilet rebate program in 1991, and we established a water conservation program in 2003 following a significant drought, and bringing online the reclaimed water distribution distribution system in 1993, we keep having this declining trend in water use. And starting in about 2007 or 8, we were able to break down the components of residential gallon per capita, the non-residential, and what we call our non-revenue water. That's like our system leaks. But if we divide all of that by the population, we get the individual components of gallons per capita, the residential, non-residential, and the non-revenue water. And you'll see that lower blue bars, those are declining over time. And then the orange bars are sort of also declining over time. And non-revenue water, we can't stop all system leaks, so we're always going to have some leakage, but we actually have a non-revenue rate that's consistent with the Arizona standards for the big cities. We meet that criteria.
Erin?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris has a question.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember.
I think you're probably going to get to this answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway or make the comment. So because we're doing such a great job at conserving our water, we're going to continue to pay higher prices, correct? Because we do such a good job of, and I'm not asking us not to conserve water, so don't hear that. But is that what is that kind of where we're going to end up over years? Is that our rates are going to continue to increase because we're not using as much water?
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, that's an excellent observation because to make up that difference in maintaining the system, we're using less water, so we're paying a higher unit cost, or we have to pay more. The interesting thing is several cities have done an analysis called the avoided cost of conservation. Because we've been conserving, we have pushed off the need for larger infrastructure projects. Had we not been conserving like we have been, we may have triggered Red Gap Ranch already. We didn't have other options. So we would be paying a lot more per month than that difference because of conservation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but follow up to that. The pipes are still 30 years old. The sewer system still, so it doesn't matter how much water we use or don't use. The age of the infrastructure still needs to be dealt with, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't make any difference how much water, if pipes deteriorate after 30 years, it's just 30 years, right?
Correct. There is the basic maintenance of the system that we all pay for, but we would be paying maybe another $10 a month currently because we've conserved so much that we've pushed off a Red Gap Ranch type project, hundreds of millions of dollars. And I don't know if, Director, if you want to
So we save on Red Gap Ranch, but we still, do we pay more for other things? Because, so let's just forget about Red Gap for right now, but so do we keep paying more for other infrastructure, other stuff? Because, I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around some of this.
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, no, I think it's a great point, and it is kind of hard to wrap your head around, but I think you're right on track. And I feel the best way to frame that is, again, to look at there's multiple costs that we have. And I think what you're alluding to, regardless of how much water you use or don't use, there's your fixed cost. That costs the same if you don't use any water. There's your variable costs, and those do change. So things like chemicals and electricals are prime examples, meaning if you, as a community, use less water, we consume a less electricity, and there'd be a less cost. But the fixed costs, like you're talking about, maintaining that infrastructure, right, what we pay for our buildings, what we pay for our salaries, like those don't change. So those costs do go up, and they're not affected by the use. But so to your point, yeah, we're using less water and the costs do go up. That is true, and the graph demonstrates that. What it doesn't demonstrate is if the use continued to go up, right, those costs would also escalate. So this is kind of painting a picture of where we're at currently. But I think to kind of frame your question about, do we use less water, the cost is gonna go up? I would say yes, it is, mainly driven because of the fixed cost and escalations, those costs will still go up. But using less water does save you money when it comes to those variable costs like chemicals and electricity.
So then, if I'm a resident ratepayer, whatever, I'm probably going to ask, well, we're so good at saving water, and we've got the status as being a water conservative. Why am I paying more? So are we going to tell people why they might be paying more? I mean, are we going to explain that? Because you just explained it to me, so I get it, okay? But are we going to make that part of our conversation when we go out there, somebody?
Yeah, I think I definitely am now, based on that. But yes, no, that is part of the conversation, yes.
I don't see any additional questions yet.
Okay. Carol, I think we're on to the next slide.
Okay, thanks, Erin.
Thank you.
We have a few more slides that look at trends in customer usage and trends in customers. If we just focus on water system customers for now, we see that from 2021 to 2023, we've seen a 1.4% increase in total accounts. So overall, an increase in total accounts. And you can tell by the values that you have the most number of accounts in the single family category. As a contrast, and that reflects what Aaron was just showing us, for that same time period, we're looking at a decrease of 10.4% in total water usage from the gallons used in 2021 to 2023. So that demonstrates that that increase in customers, but conservation impacts. Another way to look at those characteristics is to take that 2023 usage and break it down by month and break it down by customer type. So the lowest group here on the bar, the stacked bar, is commercial. We have July through June, and the y-axis is usage in thousands of gallons. So we see that the commercial customers are using pretty consistently over the different months. There's a little bit of peaks that we see in July through June. This is important because this gives us information about who's causing those peaking costs for us to focus our attention. The yellow group is the landscaping or lawn meter group. So of course, the consumption is typically during those summer periods. It's a tiny bit here in the winter months, but the majority of lawn meter usage is in the summer periods. Gray is multifamily, and if we had, it's a little bit difficult to see here because of the height of the bars, but multifamily usage in general, month over month over month, is very consistent. And that is likely because they have some separate landscape meters that measure their outdoor water use. Green is institutional. It's pretty consistent. And then the darkest bars are the single families. And again, if you could stack them next to each other, you would see that the majority of the height of the bars or the consumption is in those summer months, because we are looking at indoor and outdoor water usage here. So it's very, very telling and very typical of of irrigation usage or landscape usage in the summer months and lower water use in the winter months. I mentioned that we were going to look at another characteristic of your residential customers, and Councilmember Matthews asked about this. The majority of your bills that you issue for residential customers are for usage that is between 0 and 3,500 gallons a month. So it is very difficult to translate this into accounts or households, because one account may have 5 months of usage in tier 1, but then some other months they may have usage in higher tiers. So it's difficult to narrow it down to a customer account. So this time we're just looking at bills. The boxes represent your tiers. So tier 1, 0 to 3,500 gallons. Tier 2 is 3,501 to 6,200, and so on. You'll notice that there are some quite a few bills that are issued greater than 11,500 gallons. So that would be the highest users that you might want to focus on. Further demonstrating the trends of reduced usage is in the gray bar above, that in 2020, the average usage per bill was 4,480 gallons. And in 2023, it was 3,824. Now we have some pandemic impacts in the middle here. So probably just characteristic of what was going on across the country, but that usage has come down. One of the things that we use this type of graphic for is to see if your tiers are doing what they're supposed to be doing. So are these tiers acceptable? You know, does it seem to characterize and group customers appropriately for the residential usage? And I would say that by looking at this, you could tweak these tier thresholds slightly in an alternative, but for the most part, they look like they're accomplishing what they are set to do. On the reclaimed water side, you only have you have fewer reclaimed water customers because of the limited supply. Excuse me. So we just wanted to show, in comparison, the residential and non-residential classes. My apologies, my throat is getting very dry. Wanted to show the residential and non-residential usage and accounts.
Do you need a water break?
I might. Could you excuse me for 1 minute, please?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. When we were talking about conservation, and Councilmember Harris made some comments about, well, why are our rates going up when we're all conserving and doing such a good job? What we might include, and I don't know if this is practical, but an estimate, tell people an estimate of what the bill would have been if we hadn't had conservation. So, and then I'll make a comment about my comment of earlier this evening when I was saying that, on wastewater, we didn't have a, what do you call it, the fixed charge. In a way, we kind of do, because as she pointed out, we assume, in the calculation, assume that people are using at least 5,000 gallons in the winter months, even when their meter might be turned off. So that kind of addresses the issue that I brought up before. But maybe, just a thought. I see smiles on faces, that's a good sign.
Mayor, Councilmember McCarthy, just a correction, it's 500 gallons a month, which equates to about $2 to $3 on sewer. Versus 5,000 would be
That would be a big deal.
more like $30 a month, I think.
Yeah, okay.
And Carol, we're prepared. If you'd like me to take over for a little while and give you a break.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, Mary, members of council. I'm so sorry. I've got something, a lozenge. I think I'd be okay.
Mayor, I had a comment.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. I go ahead and take another sip of water there. Maybe I'll join you. Yeah, I just wanted to add to the mix here on this observation that was made a few minutes ago. I'm not sure it's correct to couple those two observations. Yes, we have conserved water, and yes, our rates are going to go up. I don't think it's necessary or even appropriate to make that connection. It's not a causal relationship. I would simply say that we have done a really good job of conserving water, and we're going to be spending more money on water because water is more expensive now. I think it's really that simple. I think we overly complicate and create controversy where it actually doesn't exist. So we have to be careful how we frame what's going on, and we have to be very careful about what causal relationships we highlight or that we choose to draw. I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron, one thing that has helped me through this conversation today, and I know I asked you specifically for those draft copies breakdown from, how much in replacement cost for aging infrastructure versus capacity projects and stuff. And that would be, I don't know if, once you guys finalize the numbers, if you're going to send that out to all of us, but it's helpful in that question that Councilmember Harris said, even if we are conserving, those old pipes need to be replaced and some of those aging out systems and stuff. And if we have a fact sheet like this, it would really help us to respond to those inquiries, because we don't live it every day, and so we're like, I don't know why. So hopefully, I know this was a draft and you sent it specifically to a request that I had this morning, but I think it'd be really useful for the council to get it as well and help us answer our own questions and the questions of the constituents.
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, what Councilmember Harris has hit on and what you've hit on, and Vice Mayor, in some communities, the cost of conservation is a big topic because they are asked to pay more. Seattle, that was a big concern, I remember about 5 years ago or so. And then we have these studies like these avoided cost studies, and I feel we can draw from those and just provide a fact sheet on what it means, because there's a real positive to conservation, but I think it helps to put it into the big picture. So.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I'm going to respectfully disagree with my esteemed colleague, Vice Mayor Aslan. I think that we have to be totally upfront and out there with our community and with our public and with our constituents. And I don't think that we should, not tell people that we've got some fixed costs, folks, and we're doing a really great job at conserving. But those fixed costs are not going to stop. I think we have to tell people that, because when we dance around it, then people accuse us, well, what are you hiding from us? Why aren't you telling us the truth? Are you really being transparent? So while I hear what my colleague is saying, I still disagree respectfully that we ought to be out there telling people what's what, and I think that it's okay to tell people that our costs are going to go up because we've got fixed costs. Salaries are going to go up, insurance goes up, all the stuff that runs a city. So I don't think that's a negative and I do think that it's a cause, effect. So anyway, that's my 2 cents for that. So thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you. It's a great discussion. Back to the comments made about how we message the outcomes of our very successful conservation measures. As we saw Aaron's graph from a while ago with the increasing population and the decreasing water usage per capita, the outcome of that is, over 3 decades since we've implemented those measures, close to 3 decades, we have not seen a rising use in water in the aggregate as we otherwise would have seen with that population increase. It has really leveled off, and per capita, and Aaron, you can correct me on this, but I think our per capita usage, at least residentially, is like 94 gallons per person is really, really low and quite competitive. So absent those conservation measures, our water usage would be way higher than it is. Am I correct in making those statements?
Very close. Our total is 90. That is everything included. Our residential is under 50 gallons per capita per
Okay,
day.
total is overnight,
Yeah.
and the residential, so even more remarkable. But,
Yes.
yeah, that graph is very telling as we see the 2 lines crossing and going in both an upward and downward trajectory. It does tell a great story. Thank you.
Yes. And may I add to that our water conservation strategic plan adopted by City Council in 2020, our target GPCD rate is 80 gallons per capita without giving up our quality of life. And the target, the main focus to get to that 80, the target is outdoor water use. So Tamara's team is working hard on that while keeping the programs we have for residential going, our rebate programs for residential and commercial. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions or comments, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've recovered. I'm going to just talk very briefly about wastewater system customers. Again, we can look at the number of accounts currently and the wastewater flow assumed here. Residential customers represent the largest contributors to your wastewater flow, of course. And you do have some larger users that contribute quite a bit. But what is interesting about wastewater system discharges is the assumed strengths or that loadings that we've talked about by customer class that form the basis for your current rates. Residential and multifamily assumed concentrations for biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, and total suspended solids, TSS, in milligrams per liter are 250 milligrams per liter for each. Compared to that typical residential strength or domestic strength, we have car washes that have lower strengths in both categories. We have laundromats that are lower, but then you start to see that different assumptions are used for commercial hotels and motels. Restaurants have quite high loadings assumed, industrial laundries. And then we have three types of manufacturing kinds of customers that have unique concentrations. The reason that I'm spending time talking about this is because these are typical concentrations that are found throughout the industry of wastewater rates. And they've been in place for quite a while. Some of these are based on samplings, as was mentioned earlier. But some of these are close enough that you might consider simplification or consolidation. And that's one of the things that we'll talk about in a minute. Any questions about this before I move on?
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, I noticed before that we had a category for ice cream cone manufacturing, and their charge was way higher. I presume that's because their BOD was probably higher. Is it?
That's correct.
So that makes sense. Thank you.
That's also, by the way, a characteristic of that quality quantity type approach of rate structure, that quality or the higher strength pays for more per unit of use. All right, so now we're on to another section of our discussion on rate design. And this is that objective section where we are going to be asking for your input. In your packets, you had a memo that you probably all read and loved. This is a pricing objectives approach that we use in the industry to determine what's important to you. And it helps us frame the alternative rate designs that we're going to be analyzing further. The reason that we do this is because we want to be able to tie your goals and objectives to these rate designs that we bring to you. We want to make sure that we're meeting certain characteristics of what you're looking for. We often categorize these types of objectives or these criteria into the categories you see here: revenue-based, legal, equity, or sometimes you hear fairness. I like to use the term proportional, customer impact, and administration. And all of these have to do with rate designs and the rates that you charge to your customers. We're going to go over each of these in detail, so I'm only going to just spin through them really quickly. We have two criteria for revenue, sufficiency and stability. There's only one for legal, so one criterion called legal defensibility. There are different types of equity or proportionality. They are between classes, within a class, and between existing connections and new connections. Then for customers, from a customer perspective, we look at affordability, conservation, and bill stability. And finally, administration is from the utility perspective. So from your customer service perspective, how difficult it is to administer, how complex it is. And actually, this is also from the customer perspective. How complex is it? And then, is there public and political acceptance? So I'm going to dig into each one of these. The first set of objectives is revenue objectives. We have two. Revenue sufficiency means that the rates that you calculate from the rate structures recover the full cost of service each year, assuming all things being equal with your accounts and your customer usage. Revenue stability means that the rates that are generated with the rate structure minimize fluctuations in your revenue due to usage, weather, or other factors, such as customers who may not be there in the winter months. When we're setting rates and when we're suggesting rate alternatives, we will make sure that it generates sufficient revenues. This type of criterion is something that is a given. So we're going to take it off the table right now because it is a given. We are going to make sure that what we calculate generates sufficient revenues, all things being equal. So when we focus on revenue stability, we can look at a few rate design examples. These are the very basic levels of your rate elements. And that means that you are, and we talked about your fixed costs versus variable costs, but you can look at a rate design where a large component of your revenues are recovered from that base charge or that fixed monthly charge. This results from increasing that base charge component to recover more of your fixed costs. The total amount of revenue that you need to collect is the same. That means that if the more revenue you recover from your base charge, the less revenue you need to recover from your volume charges or your unit rates for usage. So this section or this component is smaller in this approach. We can contrast this with an approach where you collect fewer revenues from your base charge. So smaller base charges. They may just recover billing costs and customer service costs, but you recover more from your volume charges. So that means that your volume rates are higher in recovering a larger component of revenues. This is a very basic starting point, and we know that whenever you decide on a criterion or a rate design approach, there are some competing objectives. As we just discussed, conservation is one of your focuses. So this type of a rate structure where a lot of your revenue comes from the base charge, where a price signal for the amount of usage is relatively low, that may not inspire as much conservation as this type of approach. So we understand that there are some competing objectives, but this is just one example of where you can vary how much revenue you recover from your base charges versus your volume charges through how high you set those base charges.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, briefly, I'll note that when I was on the Water Commission 10 years ago, that the water commissioners were pushing for, I guess it would be the right-hand model. In other words, focus most of the income based on usage amounts. But staff pushed back and say, well, but we need stability so that we can, predictably have enough to pay for our needs. So that's kind of the history of City of Flagstaff on this issue. I think we kind of came up with a pretty good compromise the way it's set up right now. Thank you.
And Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy, thank you for that comment. I will mention that by policy, the base charge revenues on the water side are to recover a minimum of 25% of your revenue requirement. So that level has been set. And they actually are recovering, we've calculated a little bit higher than that. So that is one of the, it sounds like it was part of the objective from the last rate study. And it just as a comparison on, and not to forget about wastewater, we know that the base charge revenue component is nothing on the wastewater side. And to legal, the legal category. Legal defensibility is the only criterion that we have in this category. And it is, the definition is that the rate structure complies with state and national laws and guidelines. Well, we would not suggest a rate structure that did not comply with your state and national guidelines or that it was illegal. So this is also a given. Our next category is equity or proportionality. We have those three criteria. Interclass equity is equity or proportionality between different classes of customers. So between residential and commercial, or institutional and manufacturing. So those types of proportionality is the focus for this type of equity. And it looks at recovering costs proportionally across each customer class.
Councilmember Harris?
Okay, so just bear with me for a minute here. So in the equity category, when I see the word equity, my mind goes in a lot of different directions. So let me give you a scenario. So I live in a, not me personally, but this is the example. I live in a 50-year-old house. I've lived in that house for maybe 50 years. I'm living on a really fixed income because I retired from a job that really didn't pay a whole lot. So I have appliances in my house, water faucets, toilets, sinks, you know, whatever, that are not efficient. So my bill is going to be higher because I'm using more water, more whatever. Am I on the right track so far? Does that make sense? Okay,
Yes.
so, okay, I'm looking at whoever is in the room. So it would behoove us to try and figure out how we get people to that efficiency level so that their bills are lower, because, and that's in that equity category. Does that make sense to anybody else other than me? I don't know, I'm just asking, so that's where, in my mind, when I see the word equity, that's kind of where I go. Is that a part of this understanding or process or anything? Does that, am I on the right track? Does that make sense? I don't know.
Councilmember Harris, in terms of rate setting, equity in this context is more proportionality rather than efficiency or affordability. So that the equity in terms of income and ability to handle leaks and inefficient appliances, I think is more of a customer assistance type program focus. Whereas, and now that I listen to you, I think the word or the term equity in this context is not what you think of. I'm not sure if anyone else had that same thought as you're asking.
Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share what I learned not too long ago and made the shift. Our city, I don't know if it's our water department or sustainability, but gives out free shower heads, water conservation, and filters on your faucet, and they have a really nifty device that they can turn on your water faucet and tell you how many gallons you're using in a certain amount of time, and then how much you'll save. and they're giving this, all these things free to people. I don't know if it's for consumers. I got it at my hotel to convert everything over to water conservation, and it really made a big difference to help in that water usage.
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, that is our water services, water conservation program, and that was a priority in the last rate study. An outcome was, how can we invest, let's say, $500,000 in the water conservation program to see that water savings and hit the target eventually of 80 gallons per capita per day. One of the programs is exactly what you're talking about. It's a in-home water efficiency. We will come in and do a checkup for customers, or we'll give them a kit to take home. We also do that for hotels, for older hotels. We've worked with multifamily. We've actually worked with Councilmember House before she was on council. So we have that strong program, Councilmember Harris, to help people in that situation where they have the older fixtures and they can't afford to swap them out. Well, we'll give a rebate, and we try to help.
And Aaron, the little drops that you put in the toilet tank that tells you if your toilet's leaking, you may not hear it. You just mentioned the rebate. So we do offer a rebate for people to switch out their toilets to a higher efficiency toilet, help them in that cost to upgrade. And a lot of people don't know if their toilet's leaking unless it makes a really insane noise. And so it just bleeds through into the toilet bowl. If it's leaking, it's very efficient.
So, but, I'm sorry, Mayor, may I? I hear people talk about rebates all the time, but what I don't hear people saying is that if I'm living on a fixed income and you're giving me a rebate, where do I get that money to pay that rebate? I still have to pay something. So all I'm saying, and I'm not trying to take us down a rabbit hole, I'm just wanting us to think about how this affects all of our community. And that's all I'm saying, is that we have to think this all the way through. And so, just comment.
Councilmember House.
I'm not sure if this is helpful, and Carol or Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard exactly what you were saying about with the scenario that you gave, and I think that's what's coming up in the customer impact conversation more than this one. Because I think that the term equity and the breakdown into like the language of class and all of that, I think that's kind of what's shifting the way that we're even looking at this category. And even like a phrase like intergenerational means something very different in like a traditional equity conversation than how it's being used here. So I see what you're saying in the presentation, but I also hear what Councilmember Harris was saying. I think it's just the mixture of the language and the terminology. And I'm assuming this is just the terminology of the field. Is that correct?
Councilmember Harris, House, you are correct. That is exactly what we've used. There is a document from a few years back that proposed these types of terms. But now that I'm hearing this discussion, I know that we should change this conversation to be proportionality instead of equity. Because that's really what this set of criteria are trying to focus on. Is the rate structure that you're looking at recovering costs proportionally across residential customers in totality versus commercial customers, or your landscape meters versus your institutional customers? So are each of those customers paying their proportional share under that rate structure? And then if you're looking within a class, is a low water user paying their proportional share versus a higher water user? So is your rate structure conducive to that proportionality? And then finally, the last one for intergenerational, we're talking about existing users versus new connections. And that approach or that criterion is best and was discussed last week with your capacity fee discussion. So it's more of a, are costs being borne by existing customers versus future customers. So that's that proportionality. I'm going to go back and change this language, and I appreciate the discussion though.
What, I mean, I don't have any idea about the language of this field, because every field has their own jargon, and so, whatever.
I think we get, but thank you, because I think that's an excellent observation, and I'm going to go back and recommend that we change how we speak to this. Are there any other comments about the proportionality of these comments, these discussions?
I don't see any.
Thank you, Mayor. The rate design examples that I've included here are just using those same graphics we talked about before, that a uniform rate by class, so if there's a different rate by class, accomplishes that proportionality of costs being recovered between different classes and among different classes. So you have that right now with your current rate structure. You also have a proportionality within a class, within that residential class, because lower users pay a lower unit rate and higher water users pay a higher rate. And then you also have on the wastewater side with your current rate structure, you do have costs recovered based proportionally from those different classes of customers based on how they cause the cost. The next category, I'm going to be a little more careful about how I talk about this because this is important too, the customer impact category. When we are speaking about affordability in context of rate structure, we're talking about the ability for a customer to influence the bill, the water bill or the total bill, by adjusting water use. Now, in the example that Councilmember Harris gave regarding that the inefficient appliances, that doesn't get addressed by this particular category. And it wouldn't get addressed by this rate structure. But a rate structure that has say, for example, a lower base charge, like this first design picture, would allow that customer to have a lower bill with lower water usage. So that addressing affordability through a water rate design can be accomplished by evaluating how your rate design charges for the base charge versus the volume rates.
We have a question from Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in terms of our current residential tiers and looking at the residential rates, I'm just wondering where we fall in terms of the ability of residents to actually adjust their use or attain more affordability in this, because I think my real question is, what's the actual incentive of adjusting that water use at an assumed residential or lower residential use when we have this tiered structure where folks that are in who have a higher household number are automatically going to fall into those higher rates anyway, so they're not really able to reduce their what they're paying for water. Is that making sense?
Councilmember House, yes, it is. And what we would say is that your current tiered structure for your residential customers gives that efficient water user, or the fewer people per household, or whatever that is, the lower water user, the lowest tier, just up to that 3,500 gallons. If you consider expanding that tier, like increasing it to a slightly higher amount, say 4,000 gallons, just as an example, then you would offer that lower first tier rate to more households. This is just, I'm not trying to influence you, it's just saying that would be an example for how you could encourage some customers to reduce their usage below 4,000 to 4,000 or below, or whatever that value might be, to get the lower rate. Any level, though, a customer could reduce their bill by lowering their usage, because they pay an amount per unit of use. So you use 2,000 gallons less water in a month, your bill will be less. So there still is an incentive in this inclining tier structure for customers to lower their water bill.
I can just follow up to that. Where this question is coming from for me really is a really interesting email that we received from a community member that talks about the impact to, Flagstaff has a very unique housing situation where, for the sake of affordability, we have households that have to double or even sometimes triple up to maintain affordability of the housing. But what that inadvertently results in the case of like a water rate, is they're going to use more water and fall into one of those higher tiers because they have more households conserved into one. So no matter how much they're attempting to conserve, they're still falling into that higher tier, if that makes sense. So I think the question that I'm grappling with is, how do we get to, and I can't think of any other term to use, but equitable distribution of that rate or of that impact, if that's the situation that folks are in just because of the nature of the cost of housing.
Mayor and Councilmember House, this is one of the challenges for any type of rate structure, is that perfect equity is really difficult to achieve. Oh, I said equity. A perfect rate structure is difficult to achieve in that way. Remember that more complex rate structure that I talked about, that was a water budget based rate structure. One of the characteristics of that rate structure is often to base that first tier on an assumption of efficient water use per person, per household. And the customer has to report how many people they have in their household so that they can get that minimum allowance in that first tier. So Boulder, Colorado actually has that type of rate structure. With any rate structure, there's challenges, because you have to have customers report. And if, say, they lose a household member or they become smaller, they're not going to come back to you and report that they have a smaller household size, because then their water allowance or their water budget would be reduced. So it's a difficult and more complex rate structure to implement. That is one of the few rate designs that I've encountered that would allow you to account for the people per household, so that in general, this tiered structure is probably the most common to try to accomplish that. And I don't know if you'll be able to, I don't know if I could come up with an example that would help with that housing issue. But that might be a topic for a different focus, such as, again, customer assistance programs or something like that. My apologies if I did not come up with the satisfactory answer, but that's the water budget rate design is the only one that I could think of that would partially achieve yet that objective.
That was a great answer. It's a tough question, so that was a good enough answer for the time. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mayor, may I add to that? And Carol, I've been thinking about this and how one way we could address that is if we were to raise the lower tier higher. Let's say we were to put that at 7,000 gallons. The upper 3,500 gallons that are in that tier 2 right now, if that were in tier 1, I calculated a savings of $6 a month. So we'd probably want to true that for March 4th. But when we talk about customer impacts, I get that $6 a month is actually can be impactful to people, especially when that accumulates. But it might help with your decision when we look at the impacts. So if we were to try to implement a more difficult rate structure, let's say, for customer service, how many people might be saving that $6 a month? I don't know. I just thought that might be helpful because it helped me think through that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Just to follow up to Councilmember House's comments, I think those are very legitimate concerns. But the other side of that coin is it gives me a flashback to when I was out gathering signatures to get on the ballot a few years ago. And there was a woman I talked to who was irate about how much her water bill was, and she was in tier 4. Well, I was standing in her front yard. It was very obvious why she was in tier 4, because she had a very large lot and she had the whole thing covered with grass. And she did a lot of watering for that grass. And I don't know, I guess it's a value judgment, but do we want to subsidize that much water usage just to grow that much grass? I would say no. So in that case, it doesn't bother me at all that a woman that uses that much water to grow that much grass is in tier 4. I think it's fine. But I also hear your side of the point too. So, and I think the other comment we heard is there's no such thing as a perfect rate structure. There's all these compromises and judgments, and we really want to do the best thing, but there's no perfect solution. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions or comments.
Thank you very much for that. We've got one more slide after this, and then we'll talk about what you liked and what you didn't like. So the other two criteria that we have on this slide are conservation. We've heard a lot about that, and we know that your current tiered rate structure provides a price signal or incentive to use less water, because the higher you get in those tiers, if you are able to conserve, then you could lower your bill. So conservation is actually also tied to affordability. Then the final criterion is bill stability. And this is where we look at a rate structure and rates that minimize monthly fluctuations in the bill. So of course, we have higher, typically on the water side, we have higher bills in the summer for water, to account for water usage. So those are typically expected and customers can plan for that. On the wastewater side, the customers currently that are residential actually pay that same, probably the same bill every month, because their monthly bills and their monthly wastewater usage is based on their winter water usage. So their bills are probably very stable. But some of your non-residential customers may see fluctuations in their sewer bills as a result. But there are every example that I provided you, there's probably 10 other examples of different tweaks to a rate design that could achieve or meet these objectives. So we just tried to provide a few examples of these types of objectives. Let's talk about the last category, the administration category. And here we have administrative burden, complexity, and public and political acceptance. The administrative aspect is the cost, effort, and you know, I use the word burden again, but burden to implement and maintain a rate structure. That water budget-based rate structure is a fantastic structure. It gives an individualized rate, but there are quite a few elements that need to be in place before you can have that type of rate structure. One of which is either an estimate of the irrigable area of a customer's property, or some sort of a GIS or a flyover of vegetation in a customer's yard. So that woman that might have a really green and large lot would actually get a larger budget for that lot, unless you made some decision. So I'm going into way too much detail on that, but there's a lot of effort to establish that type of rate structure. The easiest and lowest burden is to keep your same rate structure, but you may not want to do that. The complexity of a rate structure is important, and customer understanding is important, because your customer service and water services staff have to explain components of the rate structure, or if customer has a question about their bill, we want to make sure that the public can understand this rate structure and what their rates are, or how their rates are telling them or informing them of the cost to serve them. And then finally, public and political acceptance. This is a necessary criterion that we want to make sure that you agree with this rate structure and that the public accepts the rate structure. We have been supporting some utilities that have gotten challenged on their rates. And if they're legally defensible, that challenge does not hold up. But we want to definitely make sure that at the beginning, this is a necessary condition for establishing a rate structure. So I'm checking that off, that is a given. Just in a few rate design examples that demonstrate an full rate structure, that flat rate per month is the most simple rate structure, but that may not meet what you want in the other proportionality, because you would charge different customers the same rate per month. So that's probably not where you want to go. I think that would be a backwards move from where your rate structure is now. And then the uniform rate by class is also very easy to administer, and you also have that on your water rate structure for non-residential customers. That was those are all the objectives that I'd like to talk to you about in this next step. And this is where we are going to ask you for your priorities so that we can go back, prepare these rate structures, and present you the rates and the impacts on bills. So this table has been condensed. It's the same table I presented a few slides ago, but it has only has the criteria that we don't have check marks next to. And as an example of how I'd like to talk through this with you, I'd like to ask Shannon to come up and help me talk through water services objectives. This slide also has a column for Water Commission, so we'd like to walk Water Commission through this exercise on Thursday as well.
Would this be a good time to take questions and comments from a couple of council members? So, Councilmember Harrit.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Sometimes I know that I can go down, my favorite phrase these days is rabbit holes, and I can take us down those. But I think that the conversation about equity cannot not be had, double negative, bad idea to do that, but whatever. We have to have these conversations in everything that we do because lots of different people live in our community. And so I know that this is a hard conversation to have. I know that this rate structure is important. I'm not asking us to do anything different. What I'm asking us to do is to think about how this affects every member in our community. Perhaps this is a conversation that we might have with our nonprofits to see what it is that they can do to help, because we know that the people that I talk about or that I'm talking about live in our community. We probably know some of them. You know, they've probably come up to us and spoken to us at events or whatever, to council members here. So it's just not me, you know, that have people talking to me. I think that all of us have people talking to us about their concerns about living in Flagstaff and the community and the cost of living and all of that. And so what I'm asking us to do is to try and think a little bit outside the box in terms of how we address the needs of our community members. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we change this rate structure or that we do anything special for anyone, but maybe we try and look at resources or places that we can direct people. Maybe we have conversations with nonprofits who receive city dollars to do a whole bunch of different things. And maybe that's where this issue lands, is asking them to help people who may need some extra support or assistance. And so I'm probably going to keep dragging us down rabbit holes, if that's okay with folks, because I think it's important that we think about this. And I'm not trying to preach at anybody or say anyone is not thinking about that. But these are the things that weigh heavy on me when I go home and leave this dais at night. And so I just want my colleagues to maybe see a little bit of my heart, because I was one of those people at one point in time. And so I have a real empathy for people who may be in those situations and not having the funds that I needed to do the things that was good for me and my son. So anyway, that's my soapbox. And that's all I wanted to say, Mayor. Thank you for the time and for council for listening to me and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to start with what I'm going to say now last, but I'll just kind of add on to what Councilmember Harris said. I just keep going back to feeling like we have competing priorities, and maybe it can't be helped, but you know, the cost of living up here and the cost of housing, and you know, I just feel like, you know, we haven't felt the effects of our stormwater rate increases. And I know all these things, most of them are necessary, but I just struggle with them because we have a housing crisis. And, you know, when we're going to do, we talked about impact fees, is that what capacity fees, you know, just passing those increases onto the cost of a new house build. Well, that makes our houses less affordable, another 10 grand pop or 15. I don't know how to avoid it, but I want to feel like we considered it and considered it in our decisions moving forward on, so customer impact will probably be really where I fall. But you know, and maybe some people will be fine with it because it's another way to obtain a no-growth policy if people can't live here, stay here, move here. But it does bother me, and I just wanted to share that I struggle with that, and I feel like more understanding or maybe more focus or deep dive to try to see if we can make those two priorities, infrastructure needs and the needs of our housing affordability, can somehow come together a little bit more. What I'd like to see, and again, thank you, Aaron, for sending those draft sheets out to me, but they did say that the totals that were given on replacing aged-out infrastructure versus new development. Some would be paid by rates, some would be paid by loans, through bonds, and some with state and federal funding. But what I didn't get, and this is just me because I'm a numbers person, is like, I don't know if these rate increases and these rate proposals, where that breakdown was, and I'd like to see it, to say, well, we're assuming that, 25% is what we're going, of all those costs we need to lay on the ratepayers. And what does that look like, or is that not the case? Because they were just generalized numbers and stuff, and I think it would help me feel more comfortable in bringing this to our community. We've taken a lot of hits up here, and some things I know are unavoidable, but right now I don't feel like I have the visual in my mind of what's tied into specifically those rate increases. Is it 100% of the CIP? Or is it, 25% of all the CIP, or 50%? So I would like the answer to that. And then, so that was statements. And then my question is, because I've seen the speed of government more clearly than I ever have before here, and I see projects that have been approved through bonds, and then it takes 2 more decades to do. Realistically, if we were able to just say, we have the funds to do everything on our needs list, can we get all that stuff done in 10 years with this rate structure? Or no, we still, because I know the cost of construction, the cost of materials and stuff, I know we're going to have those conversations a lot. We're like, well, we budgeted for $100 million, and now with the cost of materials and the cost of, workforce, we need another $20 million. But is there any thought, I know you have thought about this a lot, I don't mean it like that, but can you give me a number, like, can you say, well, if we were able to do all these projects that we need in the future and now, we can accomplish all of them in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Is there a number there that you could give us?
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, like specifically towards water, I would say 10 years. And so based on the information that we went through, the development, that does put your capital spending at $20 million a year, right? You would have to achieve $20 million a year capital spending. When you look at the projects, you're right, a project could take multiple years, but also there are projects that could be over $20 million. So again, that is achievable.
Any other comments or questions? All right, take us through.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, so I was supposed to go ahead and speak on some of maybe the objectives that Water Services has from the rate study, which is very interesting that the presentation laid out all of the objectives from Water Services. But I think more specifically, going back to, we talk about the rate stabilization, and that there are conflicting objectives. I think more importantly that there's a cause and effect, and I think that we're looking through the objectives to see which ones can we move all in and move the needle, and which one do we know that there's a cause and effect, and are we making compromises? Are we trying to find that balance? But I think specifically when I think of rate stability, specifically for Water Services, trying to address that we can pay the reoccurring costs with reoccurring money. And so I know we've talked about that last year through the budget development. We'll be talking about that this year through the budget development, where we're having to take one-time funds and cover reoccurring costs and say, we'll worry about that cost again next year and we'll find it again. The stability I'm looking for is that that's not the case. That we know that there's reoccurring cost and the reoccurring revenue has to be there. I know we spend a lot of time focusing on conservation, and conservation is one of our objectives. That one's on my list. But know about how that attaches back to the rate stability is that it's always not just conservation. And I think we kind of touch on some of those objectives, that it could be the individuals that has the very lush lawn and chooses to use that amount of water and then complain about what it costs, all the way to the other scenario where they don't have a lawn, right? And it's just how much water that they have to use. There's a cause and effect there, right? And there is not a perfect rate study that addresses both of those. And so where do you find that balance? But also from a water services, that conservation is not just the only thing that impacts the rate stability. And so I think Carol did touch on a few, and I think having come out of last year and even into the year we're currently experiencing, weather is a major factor. So sometimes you will hear when you're in the business of selling water, right, and it's fallen free from the sky, not a lot of people buying your water. You will see demands drop. Even when you look at the chart over the last 20 years, 30 years, and you see these fluctuations, I would also challenge, like, overlay your precipitation for that year, because when it is a wetter year, your consumption is down. When your rates are solely based on the volumetric charge, your rates will go down, and those principles that we talk about, those fixed costs, the things that you have to do anyway, they either get deferred when you're waiting for the revenues, and you have to pick and choose. So when Councilor Member Harris says things, this resonated with me, where you were personally talking about being in a point of time where you're saying, like, we're not having to have enough funds to do the things that's right for you or for your son. That's what I kind of heard you say, and I have empathy for that. I wrote that down because that resonates, because every day, right, we're working through running a utility where there's the right thing that we need to do for the utility, for the community, for the city, and not having the funds to do the right thing. And there's things you're putting off doing, right, and you have to choose. And it's easy for people to say, well, you just need to prioritize. You just need to prioritize. But after a while, like, there's only so many things you can prioritize. And so I do get that this is a hard conversation to have. And I would never play that down. But that rate stability, our ability to do the things that we say we're going to do, like, that's critical for us, right? That's how we measure our success. So again, one of our initiatives is also the conservation. I think the next one that I had was our ability to implement the structure. How we read the meters, how it's pushed into our billing system, how our staff gets that information, how we do that. It has to work that way. If we build a structure that we can't implement, I don't think that helped any of us. So that was one of what I thought was our objective, is that whatever rate structure we come up with, whether it's the same one or something different, we have to have the ability to implement it. And the last one that I chose was also the simplicity, because Carol's right. On any given day, I'm expected to explain what's happening, when does it occurs, how does it work? And the more simple it is, then the better we can do that. The more complex it gets, that is a challenge. So when you have 12 different customer classifications, and each of those classifications is asking me why they're different from someone else, those are hard answers. They're hard to defend. You spend a lot of time about how the math adds up. I'm not saying that that's not how we look, but as an objective, I would look through a lens of seeing, are there ways that we can simplify that to move forward? So I feel like those were, and again, I had the advantage because Carol gave me this exercise right before everyone else. Right, but what are those four things? And those are the four things that I would say from Water Services would be the objectives through the rate structure. And thank you for allowing me to share that. And we're definitely more interested in hearing your objectives. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. I think that makes a lot of sense from your perspective, what you've shared. I'm not really sure how this graph chart is working. I don't know if we're just checking things off or if we're ranking them. I was sort of considering more of a ranking, because I would check every one of these boxes, obviously. So the way I'm thinking about it is somewhat similar, at least at the top. I think revenue stability is the most important factor for me. So if you're going to rank this stuff, put a 1 there. You know, it goes back to what I've said before. the cost of doing business is never going to be cheaper than it is today. And so making sure we have the revenues to do these things when they're necessary to do is the responsible way for us to move forward. My old campaign slogan was solving tomorrow's problems today. And I think this comes into play here a little bit. I don't want to see these costs deferred. It's akin to kicking the can down the road and making it someone else's problem. I think a lot of the issues we're dealing with are landing on us because, not to throw anyone under the bus, but a litany of past councils wasn't able to rise to the challenge of meeting the goal here without, and dealing with the discomfort that comes from the public on it. Anyway, I don't want to ramble too far about that, but I do think revenue, if we're going to we're doing this at all, it's because we need the revenue. So I want to keep that top of mind. Next for me, I don't exactly know how to, I'm confused between at least the terminology interclass and intraclass. What I will say is I do like volumetric pricing. I do think that we should reward conservation. I think it makes a lot of sense that if people are using this water, they should be in a cheaper tier. I've always maintained that philosophy. I believe I'm similar to Councilmember McCarthy in that regard. So that's very important to me. And then the equity is important to me as well. But I don't want to spend too much time trying to parse between those two at this time. What I'll say is that the scenario that Councilmember House raised was very interesting to me, and we should be mindful of those things. And also the scenario that the picture that Councilmember Harris painted is absolutely very important, and I want to keep that top of mind as well. So of less importance to me, I understand why administrative burden was important to our administrator. For me, it's obviously essential that we keep half a mind on that, and that we provide our administrators and our leadership the tools they need to be successful in framing what's happening and explaining to the public how all this works. But I believe that is a task that we can tackle regardless of how complicated all the other things get. So that's not something I'm worried about at this stage. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. That's perfect. That's perfect. And that's exactly what I hope to do for everyone that would like to. And I appreciate your comments too. One of the things that I just want to throw out there in relation to, and I don't want to, again, go down a tangent, but in relation to the information that Council Members House and Harris gave us, I think that we could talk, and Aaron and Shannon, we could talk about this offline, about the concept of a customer assistance program that could address these things. There are a lot of utilities that have, say they have leak detection programs. They have any kind of levels of low income discounts or customer assistance for one-time needs or whatever that might be, like a job loss or something like that. So we can address those or help to address those types of equity concerns through a different component rather than the rate design. So I'm just going to put that in as an aside. But thank you very much for your assessment here. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Shannon, you give a compelling argument after your analysis and argument. I do agree for revenue stability, just in a projection and being able to figure out what projects you can do and stuff. Having that instability is not good. I also then agree on the conservation and demand management. And the administrative burden, absolutely, if we don't have the staff to produce all these things, then, we're going down the wrong direction. Where I'm struggling is, and maybe I need a refresher on interclass equity. I would say affordability, and maybe that's contrary to conservation and demand management. But, if we could factor that in, affordability would probably be my fourth ranking choice. Understanding that maybe the equity portion I need to revisit and better understand it, but I'll leave it at that. Those are my four.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I have a question about administrative burden. Does that reference what you showed us earlier in terms of complicated structures, right? And I don't know if council is interested in going back to that slide, or whether it's even necessary. I think that the point was, if you want to get more complex with these structures and with the tiers, then that adds a whole other layer on top in terms of administrative burden. Am I correct?
Mayor, yes, you're correct. I think maybe to help kind of frame it a little bit more, I think a good example of what we'd be referring to is, so currently all the meter information goes into the billing system. It determines how much your bill is, prints the bills and sends them out. Our current billing system will have limitations. And so when Carol talks about other communities that do like maybe more elaborate type rate structures, I would also assume that they're not using the same billing system. But if we come up with a rate structure that the billing system can't support, it doesn't have the ability to drill down to determine how many people live in a household. I would say our billing system doesn't have that ability. So if we create a rate structure that we want to do that, immediately we come out of the gate with, we don't have the ability to build that. So I think that's one example of where we talk about that administrative burden. It doesn't mean that we can't, so if there was a direction, probably wouldn't be reflected in the rate structure, would be my preference. But if that's a direction we wanted to move, then it would send staff on a path to determine how do I evolve those administrative obstacles in order to move that direction. But what I would not want to occur is that we pause, right, that we pause the rate study in order, because again, a billing system, right, that could take 4 or 5 years to implement. But so right now, that would be one example, or to think that there's a customer service rep that's looking at every, I think I looked at the graph, it was like 16,000 residential bills every month. They don't look at every 16,000 bills. I think they run reports, they look at high-low reports. They're looking at, like, there's things they're trying to do, but each bill is not customly made, right? It has to be through that system. In order to ramp up to do that type of level of service, what would that look like? And again, so not to defer from that. So I think when we go back to Stantec to say, present us with the best scenarios of rate structures to accomplish the objectives that we're identifying now, like that's what we're asking you to do, I would be asking them, but don't bring me a rate structure that I can't implement, because that didn't help me. We'll have to do something else. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I think there's probably 2 or 3 other nuances that staff could probably add, but I feel like that was a good example of kind of a deal breaker on a current rate structure. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I'm going to take a stab at this. Thank you for bringing up the revenue stability. I think that would be my top as well, helping us plan for the future. And I'm struggling between affordability and the conservation. And What I would like to request is that somehow we marry the two. The small businesses, our community, we're all struggling as it is, and so I think we need to keep the affordability in mind. And I'm also very much in favor of the conservation and saving our water for future needs. And the administrative burden, I do feel like we need to keep things as simple as possible. I'm not interested in looking at complex formulas and having to hire staff to figure that out per household. And I really like the idea of the customer assistance programs and maybe looking into that for our community members. So that's where I'm at right now.
Councilmember House.
Okay, I'm going to give this a shot. So, for me, actually, it was the complexity and customer understanding that was number one. Because in my understanding of that slide, I understood that that came with the overall admin category. And I think for me, at least, and it just in my understanding of that part of the presentation, it's important for us to understand the administrative burden, but it's also very important that our community understands everything that goes into that. So in my mind, I think I kind of paired the two as the top priority is ensuring that understanding. For me, number two then was the revenue stability. Number three was both affordability and conservation. And number four was both points under equity.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm not going to try to digitize the analog world and try to make my comments fall into the format of this table. I'm just going to make my comments, and you can decide where to put the little numbers. I think the first thing that I want to say is we need to cover our cost. There's things that need to get done. We've talked about that, and whatever rate structure we come up with, that's number one. You got to cover your cost. My next point is that I think we should keep the structure essentially as it is now. Now, that means the ratios would be the same, but you know there would be increased costs because of inflation and these added needs. But basically, similar to the charts we saw today, keeps the structure essentially as is and increase costs as required proportionally. However, I would be open-minded to maybe lowering the base charges. And of course, that would mean that there'd be a proportionate higher cost on the, per gallon usage. And I understand that the trade-off there is stability of income to the service. And why do I make that suggestion? I think it addresses two things. One is conservation, because it will encourage conservation if you're charged more per gallon used. And also, it'll address the issue of some people don't have a lot of money, and they need to figure out some way they can save. Well, one way they can save is by turning the faucet off. I've watched people brush their teeth, and they leave the water flowing the whole time they're brushing their teeth, as an example. So that's kind of where my head is at. I hope that answers some kind of questions that's in somebody's mind. I see grins, so I guess I'm okay.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you're okay. I'm going to take a stab at this. So I would do revenue stability as my number one. Affordability is important, but I'm not sure I want to put that as my number two. I just made that comment. Conservation demand management, maybe that's my number two. And then administrative burden is my number 3. I'm just going to go ahead and bite that bullet, so, and say that. And then one last comment is that I'm not looking for us to take on any more projects. I think we have enough on our plate in terms of customer, whatever. I think we have a lot of nonprofits out there that are acquiring city funds, and maybe these kinds of programs or assistance or support falls within their area. And so maybe the idea is to have a conversation or ask for our nonprofits to assist those folks that may need some support and assistance if, you know, whatever we decide. So that's not something that you all have enough on your plate to figure out. So I think there's some other way we can do that. So anyway, just my 2 cents.
I'm interested in you all looking at the number of out-of-city water customers and the circumstances around those. I don't know what the arrangements were made, why arrangements were made, and I'm not saying that I think that they should be charged more. I think it would depend on the circumstances, why we're providing water to them. The same with reclaimed water. Just, I'm interested in what the circumstances are. With just about everyone else, revenue stability is definitely my number 1. And conservation, I would say, is number 2. And maybe 2.2 is affordability. And of course, administrative burden. I wouldn't want to see you come back with some kind of structure that our current software can't compute. And the complexity and customer understanding, I think that that's really important as well. And I know that we can get there. But I do think that as we're rolling this out, just in general, helping people to understand why the bills are increasing and what we're all getting from that increase is going to be really important. Councilmember McCarthy.
I'd like to make a quick comment about reclaimed water. I think a lot of people think of reclaimed water as, oh, it's just trash, get rid of it. Somebody will use it, who cares? Well, actually, there's another viewpoint. In the long run, that's our next water supply, be it through direct reuse or through putting it back into the aquifer and pumping it back out. So this idea that we should, just give it away, and I don't like, because it gets people in the habit of thinking they have this source of water forever to, water lawns or whatever. And it's like, oh, it's free water. No, it isn't. It's important water. And Brad Hill has said this once, water is water is water. And we will need that water for our drinking water supply at some point. So it's not a good idea to get people in the habit of using it as if it were free. Thank you.
So do you feel that you have enough direction and understand what council's thinking?
Mayor and members of council, I do. I think this is fantastic. This is exactly what I hope we would, and have you talk through these things. I know, please pardon my writing, but I've also been taking side notes on who said what as well. So what we will do now is we'll use this information, and you are clearly interested in revenue stability, conservation, affordability, and administrative burden, which are those top priorities for you, which we will use to come back with slight changes to the rate structure. Large changes, it doesn't sound like all of you are interested in something majorly different. So slight changes, perhaps to tweak the ability of the structure to meet these objectives are needed. So along with the current rate structure. So I think this is great. I'm actually really excited about how you talked through it, and I appreciate your time and attention to this. So I am going to say this does give us enough information to go back, and we're going to come back to you and to the Water Commission on March 4th. But before we talk about those next steps, Erin has some updates for you on the communications plan. If you bear with me, oh, there we go. Erin, can I switch back over to you for a few minutes?
Carol, thank you, and Mayor and Council. That's a lot of work y'all just went through. Thank you so much. And I do have one, since we're here, I heard Councilmember McCarthy bring up reclaimed water, and the policy is, it's set at 35% of potable. And we're all here. I don't know, Mayor, if you want to hear from any other council members on reclaim. It didn't necessarily really fit into the proposal from Carol on objectives. Is that an objective we should address and bring back on March 4th? Anything you might want to see different?
In terms of what, like different rates?
Well, it's set at 35% of potable. One adjustment is if you would want to make an adjustment to that 35% number, and I'm only saying that so that it doesn't come up on March 4th and then we're addressing it later. Is that something you all want to discuss right now?
Well, I don't know how difficult the modeling would be to look at it. Of course, I already said I'm interested in it. Not necessarily interested in changing the rate structure, but just how it looks compared to the other revenue sources. And maybe in the meantime, thinking if we could actually get, not necessarily by name, but maybe types of users of the reclaimed water, so we could think about, we obviously don't want to raise rates to the point where they're wanting to use potable water, right? But I'm interested. I don't know if anyone else is. Councilmember Matthews, then McCarthy.
And I apologize for my ignorance in this still, but wasn't this a question you asked at a meeting, and I think Scottsdale, was that in the same type of water treatment, and they've spent $1 billion on their reusable water, and they're still not able to deliver it to the customers because it doesn't meet the standards? Is that what we're talking about here?
Well, I'll make two comments. Do you mind? Okay, I didn't want to jump the gun. Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, two items. One is just how much should we charge for reclaimed water? And that's really unrelated to what I learned in Scottsdale. But just briefly, when we did our tour of Scottsdale water treatment plant, I asked the administrator, I says, well, you put your reclaimed water back into the aquifer, but not until you've run it through reverse osmosis, which is, advanced treatment. And his response was, no, we don't want to contaminate our aquifer. Now, the other side of this, and I'm sure Eric can talk for an hour about it, is that's very expensive. And Scottsdale had the luxury of the golf courses actually paying for most of it. And the reason they did was not because of the same reason as I'm concerned about, chemicals of emerging concern, estrogen, whatever, that's left in the water. Their concern was, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was the nitrates were too high and it was causing problems on the golf courses. So they were willing to subsidize the cost of reverse osmosis. Am I pretty close there?
Yeah, pretty close. The Central Arizona Project water is really high in salts, and they wanted to reduce that to not, salts and other nitrates.
So it's mostly salts as opposed to nitrogen?
Yes.
Thank you.
So then, to clarify, discussing a percentage increase, what is the end goal there? What does that accomplish?
It's just reclaimed water rates are at your discretion. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. I feel it's coming from several on the Water Commission. If you wanted to discuss the 35%, if that's where you want to be, or if you want to.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about any additional capital improvement projects. I'm talking about, are our rates set correctly for all the different types of water?
And that includes reclaim, so, okay. I think that's fine direction. I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that I think we have 3 council members at least that would like to talk about it, and now I just heard that members of the Water Commission want to talk about it, and since it'll be a joint meeting, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Carol, we're ready. Now we're to the fun part. I think it's fun. I think it's fun. Community outreach. We've got a number of folks working hard on community outreach. We're coming up to the point in time where we're getting the information out to the public. I touched on January 30th and 31st. We had the drop-ins. We had an open rate of the emails to all the developers of 62 and 71%. So the developers were getting the emails. We talked to 2 developers during those drop-in meetings. I had coffee with the Downtown Business Alliance business owner last week, got some great perspective from that person. We're meeting with the Chamber of Commerce on Thursday. And we're still reaching out to schedule additional community group meetings, so let us know if there's anyone you'd like us specifically to talk with, and we're happy to. We just formulated today with our community outreach team a town hall meeting on March 11th. So following your direction on March 4th with the Water Commission, you're going to see some rate alternatives. What are we thinking we're going to roll out to the public? We'll present that to the public in that town hall type meeting. Next slide. And Water Awareness Month, Arizona's, it's probably 25 years now. Our water conservation team hits that month hard for tabling and other efforts. So that's an opportunity for Shannon Jones to show up at all these. He's great at these events, by the way, talking with the public. But we're going to join water conservation and have a table next to them. We'll have rate study information, a lot of fact sheets. Sarah Langley's team is working on handouts and posters. And so these are the events we're planning to be at now. On April 16th, I noted the point in time where you will be asked to adopt a notice of intent to change rates and fees. That starts it's about a 2 to 3 month long process of adopting, eventually the first read, and the second read will be in June and July. So we kind of kick that process off in mid-April. So by that time, we'll be hearing from a lot of customers. And having a lot of interactions. And next slide. Council, you've given us quite a bit of feedback on the couple of fact sheets that we've made. We're updating the website. We've made a lot of recent updates. Shannon Anderson and Sarah Langley and Ralph Schmid. We're just trying to look at it from the perspective of our customers coming to the website, and is the information there where it makes sense. And so we're working on the website. We now have a QR code we'll be sharing on our materials. I have a couple more fact sheets that I've identified tonight. I won't go through them because I think we're getting tired, but I did jot them all down. And next slide. And just a list of outreach materials that our public affairs group is working on. And Mayor, we read your article in the Flagstaff Business News, so thank you for making that plug for the rate study. We'll be adding that to our website as a resource link. And I think that's all I have, Carol, for my slides. And I'm glad to take any feedback on public outreach, website.
You all just on the regular do an outstanding job with public outreach. I would love to see a costume like sustainability has, maybe a water droplet, and Shannon could wear it.
We have our toilet costume, our running toilet.
Yeah? Okay. Either one, either one. Council, do you have any input, ideas for outreach?
Just make sure that we try and cover as much of our community as we can. Those folks that typically don't come to us, how can we go to them? So I know that's difficult. You can't, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
And if there's a neighborhood canvassing you want, I'll do whatever I'm asked to do, quite honestly. So if you want me to hit a neighborhood and pass things
No,
out.
I do not want you walking door to door,
Well,
but,
I don't know.
but there may be some options that we can
Right.
exercise. We have plenty of volunteers. Maybe we can take stuff around, to them. So put our volunteers to work in some way. I'm just trying to make sure that we cover our bases and make sure that people know that there's an opportunity for them to hear what we're doing. So, if they come back later and say, well, you didn't tell me, we can say, no, these are all the things that we did. And we try to, to get to every part of our community, and that's all I'm asking.
I like
Yeah.
that you mentioned the volunteers, because we do have that city volunteer program. So, great idea.
What about putting it in the water bills?
It is in the water bills.
just
and we're about
kidding.
to change our message. Yeah, and see who looks at the water bills. Yeah.
Great, I'm glad.
And Carol, do we have, I think just
We have one more slide, and this would be just what you get to look forward to. This Thursday for the Water Commission meeting, we're going to do the same presentation and request their feedback. But on March 4th is where we'll come together in that joint meeting. And at this point, we will have, you've already seen the current rates and the impact on customers, but we'll provide 2 to 3 alternatives for water and wastewater so that reclaimed, so that you could see and give us direction on which alternatives you prefer. There will be future opportunities for direction, so that's not your final answer. We have on your calendars, I think we have the March 25th session. That could be another joint discussion session. During all this time, Stantec and staff will be working on the calculations, of course, but the reports and documentation of the study. If you have additional policy topics you'd like to cover, we could come back and discuss those before April 16th, which would be that, as Erin mentioned, the date. We've backed up from the final date that the new rates will be effective. With Rick Tatter's help, we backed up from September 1st to April 16th, which would be where we request that you adopt the notice of intention to change rates and fees. June 18th and July 2nd will be those public hearings on the rates then. So that period will be the public hearing component. And that is it for tonight. And I really appreciate you giving great feedback and being really responsive tonight. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all your work and staff. Wow, thank you. I know that this has been a huge burden on top of your everyday work, so thank you. All right. Moving down, we already did public participation. Informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, City Manager. Let's start with Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I really have nothing significant to say, except for I just wanted to, and I know it's exciting for everybody to go down and see our state legislators, but I just really appreciate that we all get an opportunity to go meet with them and that we show up. I remember a time where Flagstaff did not have the best relationship and reputation with our state legislators, and we have gleaned some monies from our senators that maybe would not have came to us if we hadn't gone down to see them. So anytime we can see our federal and state representatives are important. And I just wanted to ask my fellow colleagues, I already see some just trashy hits on every side of the political spectrum because it's a presidential year, and I hope that we will set an example here and be just really civil. I mean, I know that we have a great relationship amongst ourselves, but I'm making a commitment for myself to just not engage in that, and hopefully we can have a better presidential year than we've had in the past. But I just appreciate your leadership, Mayor, and just working together across all aisles to make Flagstaff a better town. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris?
Yes, I do have something. I have an invitation for the council. I hope it's okay to do it now. Okay. Well, it depends on what it is. Well, that's coming up on the 27th, and we'll be in council member meetings, so yeah. Anyway, I wanted to invite the council to the Black Student Union, Northern Arizona University's Black Student Union's Black Renaissance. It's a black tie formal event on February 24th. Doors open at 5 o'clock. You can get tickets on the Central Ticket Office. And I'm inviting you to this because I've been invited to announce the W.E.B. Du Bois Emerging Scholars Fellowship Award that President Jose Luis Cruz Rivera and Dr. Rima Brucey have set up. And the reason that they set this up is they wish to support informative learning opportunities for undergraduate students and leverage the teacher-scholar model to increase the number and diversity of students engaged in mentored research, scholarly work, internships, and creative activities by establishing the W.E.B. Du Bois Emerging Scholars Fellowship Award. And so what a fitting time to make that announcement, Black History Month. It's a formal fair. You can come all dressed up and have a great time and dance. Yes, there will be dancing. And there will be, you know, of course, people are going to ask you to donate to the scholarship. So, you know, there's an ulterior motive for inviting you. You might as well just put that out there up front. But it's a great event. I've gone for the 7 years that the students have been doing it. There's great entertainment, good food, and an opportunity to just spend some time with our students, you know, in a way that we typically probably don't do. And so bring your spouses and have a great time. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
No to or from for me tonight, Mayor.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I wasn't in the rotation to go down and visit the state legislature this time, but I will say that Senator Wendy Rogers reached out to me and wanted to have a meeting, and which really never happened. However, she did give me a call, and we had a very good conversation and talked about some of the things that are important to the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things. This Friday, the Athena Awards are happening, and as a past nominee, I know how hard all of the nominees do work, and I'm excited to celebrate them and honor those being nominated and the recipients of this year's award. And Saturday, I will be attending the I Heart Pluto Festival at the Orpheum Theater.
Councilmember House?
Draw something off my list, you stole it. So yesterday, I was able to virtually attend NAU's Indigenous Ambassadors Program that they held in collaboration with the Black Student Union. It was called Stronger Together, and it was featuring the guest speaker, Reverend John Mendez, who was the former pastor of the Ebenezer Baptist Church, which is the church that Dr. Martin Luther King was pastor of. It was a wonderful event, and I just wanted to express gratitude to both those organizations for partnering to put that on and bring such a renowned speaker to the NAU community. I wanted to remind folks that Coconino Center for the Arts is inviting youth performers for the third annual Battle of the Bands. Submissions are due this Friday, so make sure you head to their website to get more information on that. I wanted to share with council that I was recently honored to be appointed to Arizona's Commission on African American Affairs. So I will be starting that, I guess, now, but very, very excited. They were particularly seeking voices outside of Maricopa County, so it's exciting to be able to represent Northern Arizona in that capacity. And then just one thing that I wanted to bring to council's attention, I don't think it really falls into our purview, but it's a rising topic of concern among multifamily communities. There was recently a letter that was sent to many multifamily communities that were close to the university from the United States Postal Service, dictating that they are now considered dorms, and so they won't be delivering mail to the residents any longer, which is, it would be one thing if they were student housing communities and so they had like access to staff that were trained in the delivery of mail. But for those that are not and are in that situation, it means that they would either be delivering the mail in bulk to the leasing offices, which has many legal repercussions for the management staff there in terms of delivering notices or other legal documentation that aren't coming from the community. But if they don't do that, they would have to get individual post boxes, which many that live in those communities live there because they want to be able to walk places, so don't have easy access to go and rent a postal office or postal box, and may not have the finances for that. So I don't know what our capacity would be in terms of expressing concern over that. I think it's one of those things that, to quote our honorable city attorney, maybe falls out of our lane, but I would definitely be interested in looking further into it and seeing what we can do to just show that we're aware of it and looking into it. And that's it for me.
Thank you all. A reminder that Senator Kelly will be here on Thursday and holding a Senate field hearing here in City Council, this place where we are right now, City Council chambers, and it is open to the public. And the I Heart Pluto Festival, there's also the Pluto Pub Crawl on Friday. The web address for the whole event is iheartpluto.org, and I too will be at the festival Saturday evening. And this event that Councilmember Harris invited us to, Councilmember Sweet and I went a couple of years ago, and it is a lot of fun. I unfortunately will be out of town, but if you are here, this is something that you should do. And that's all I have. City Manager?
Nothing from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, then we are adjourned.